is saying that reform is needed. I don't know about you all, but I agree with him in regards to the immigration and how things are rolling. Is that such a bad thing to say that immigration needs reform? Yes or no? Anybody raise your hand. Okay, so y'all don't feel as though immigration needs reform.
I don't know how to use icons anymore.
I feel like yes, I feel like immigration needs
work for 40, you don't know how to use your emojis.
You have to tap your
but First Lady, for real, let me just say one last thing and then I'm gonna be done.
But
When I suggest, huh?
Go ahead. I said I wasn't done, but go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I was trying to start a conversation about the rally and the possibility that the tide could be turning. We didn't get to have that conversation because Trent jumped in and said, no, it's not, no, it's not, no, it's not, and wanted to go into the stats about the makeup of Macau. That wasn't fair. He didn't even let a discussion, open up. He shut it down and said, no, it's not. It's not turning. I mean, the tide is not turning. How does he know? And it was just the fact that they had a rally a Democratic rally in the Republican city was my whole point. And he brushed it aside. It didn't even get any airtime because he had to jump in and flip it.
It's a Democratic.
That was my point.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that it's a Democratic city. McAllen and Harlingen, Brownsville, they're Democratic cities, and they always have been. It's not till 2020 that they have flipped, and it's primarily because of immigration.
Okay,
but no, traditionally they have been to Democratic cities, and they really still are. I'm going to give it yes.
Okay, but wait a minute. Hold still. No,
I'm going to agree with Deborah.
Listen, no, you're not dealing with part of the problem here. Part of the problem is now you're trying to explain why you said what you said when that was not the purpose of what she's saying. At the end of the day, even though you're giving the back statistics about it, if in fact they did switch up and they voted for Trump, she's saying that it looks like they're going back to whatever they were. Okay, so now you agreeing with what she said.
I was trying to say that, but you keep cutting me off. So what's the point of talking to you?
And that's why I say when you powder puff that way, people don't get a chance to hear what you're saying. That was my whole point in trying to prove that to you. This is the reason right here, because you actually were supporting her, but the way you come about saying it and you articulate it, it doesn't come off that way. Hence why people start going off.
That's fine. I'm in agreement with her. These are Democratic cities. The people here, now that we have interdiction, that's what I keep saying. Nobody ever expected interdiction south of Encino in the 60 miles in between here and the border, because it's never happened before. And now that they see it, the people are going back against it, because we have our neighbors. I have neighbors, my daughter's friends, that are making plans at what happens to the 14 and 17-year-old daughters if dad or mom gets deported, and what they would do. These are realities down here that people are making plans for. I have neighbors that have moved out and gone and moved on their own, right? And so this is a reality that I live in. And it's not something that I kind of think about. It's these people that I know and live with. So it's not something that I have to go ask people how they feel. I understand how they feel about it because we deal with it on a daily basis as well.
So there's a couple articles specifically about this area. So I was reading them as Trent was going on his monologue, right? And there's one from AP, there's another one from Texas, whatever the hell it is, and there's another one here. And essentially they all say variations of the same thing, right? These are areas in Texas that have voted Democratic for 100 years. Specifically, they only voted for Trump in 2020 because it says, according to these articles, the Democratic Party infrastructure in these states are half empty and the positions are not even fully occupied in these counties. They feel left behind by the Democrats, and that's why a lot of the voters were saying, that's pretty much it. Like, that's what all the articles say, according to what I've been reading. So now that we have this covered, we all agree, we can move.
Can I just say, I think what I got from what Debbie was saying was that there is a possibility, because the people have said, for some kind of revival or an opportunity for Democrats. And what I was taken away was, because Ted responded, a potential conversation, a broader conversation, didn't occur.
The parents of the villains always hold the key to
100%. Thank you.
Joseph, get back!
Because Trent is always waiting to respond, never listening to what's happening. It's always waiting to us respond with the opposing.
Why would I look at people that don't live here?
The one that everyone died except my
Like, you don't
dad.
live here. So you don't understand the voter encounter numbers. You don't understand.
Don't tell me what I don't fucking understand. There you go again. There you go again. There you go again. There you go. There you go. There you go again. Which is why we can't have conversations.
No, we can have
Because
conversations.
you don't listen. You're always waiting to respond. You're just waiting to respond. Never listening to the other side. You don't hear what anyone says. You take out the part of what they say that you want to then oppose. Instead of listening to everything that they say before you open your big mouth.
Are you done?
Because you have to be right. You'll know when I'm done when I go off mic. You have to always be right. You have to be opposing everything that someone else says, even when you agree with it. You oppose it. And just a couple hours ago, I believe we had the same score. So you're not even the only fucking independent minded thinking person in the room. You're not in the room by yourself. But you know what I can do? I can listen to other people. And I don't always have to be the opposing side, the opposing voice. It doesn't make the room echo chamber. I can see more than one point of view. Just like you can. Just like every other person in the room can. And it's not fair when you get to say, nobody understands. You don't live in Rockwall, but you think you know every fucking thing about it because you got a friend here and there in Rockwall. So you think that you're the expert on Rockwall. And if you're not the expert, you know the expert who keeps you informed. So for you to come off mic and tell me I don't know anything about McAllen, you don't know what the fuck I know. What do I need to know? That I can't have an opinion. There was a rally in McAllen. And whether you think it was blue or not, they voted for Trump. So it wasn't blue this go round. So the point was, what did they say, or what did he say that they believed that made them vote for him instead of the blue candidate if it's so blue? Why you're not willing to have that conversation and you have to turn defensive and tell us why it's red and not blue, I don't even know. But that's what you felt like you needed to do. And so, First Lady took the time to try to explain what was happening. I'm sure you heard her, but you didn't listen. And it doesn't matter what anyone else says. You're still going to push back. You never try to change your tone. And if in your job, you are to be neutral, and that's where you get it from, you must not be doing a good job. Because you don't even know how to be neutral. You flip-flop. So maybe you need to assess your skills on your job and learn how to be neutral.
Who is you cool?
Yeah, okay, anyway, so I just dropped in the chat from 2022.
Yeah.
Me talking with Beto O'Rourke here in
The
Macau.
fuck moving, but
And this is,
What's up?
what's up, Marshall?
So now,
So this
not
is
so much on
this
Lonzo
has been a
now.
Democratic
Lonzo has
really
listened to
strong
me
vote.
for
I
a
know
long
multiple
time.
Democrats
Lonzo was an anti-Semitic, Jew-hating, rat-faced, pubic hair-wearing, beard-wearing, ugly motherfucker who's low IQ and stupid. He's a waste of time and a waste of space.
We voted
I was
for
at
the
his house
Democratic
last
Party.
month.
We voted for the Democratic Party. The civil
He
war.
don't say shit.
1867 to be precise.
He don't never
And he
say
just
shit.
gave away like the Republican representative to Congress.
All the
And then
time. He has bomb ass.
1969,
Then the type of
representative
rooms I
was
know.
chunked out. We've been represented by Democrats ever since until this election.
Yeah, so
nobody believes me unless a white man says exactly what I said 20 minutes. Nobody believes me when a Dominican says it. That's
they're weird to listen to white folks, and here's why I say you should listen to me. I live a half mile from one of the busiest border crossings in the United States. It is one of the it's one of the largest ports. I talk to the heads of the border patrol.
I'm listening to Patty's room.
How come you kept leaving
Breaking
this room?
news.
Didn't stay more than 2
Diddy
minutes.
Dance calls.
Because you guys are boring. It's the same fucking conversation listening to you guys every single time.
I want to try to play that clip if I can find it. Go ahead, continue.
Your best friend lives here.
My best friend?
This is why
That's not my best friend.
Photos of your sister
and
getting
Marshall,
married.
we actually live here.
Yeah, I know,
and
because
deal with this on
I met
a daily
him in
basis.
San Diego while I was with my sister's then boyfriend.
Who lives close to a border.
No,
Not the only one who lives around immigrants.
and brother, if you'll let me finish,
Mike,
if you'll let me finish.
you've been
I
doing
have
this for
one.
the last 2
Yeah,
years.
anyway,
Hey, he's an expert on
you're-
black
What are they
neighborhoods
fighting
too.
about?
Black things, black topics.
Your audience.
I'm gonna be more accurate.
You guys been around more Mexicans than black people, so you better stop
If I can finish, I have changed my.
Stream
When I
you?
lived in Houston, I had a
You
different
you already burnt out in the elevator shaft. That was as popular as you're ever gonna get.
And over the last 6 years,
We tried to consult you. Your Jewish media advisors tried to give you the best media practice and tips, but you just didn't follow through with it.
Immigration makes the United States stronger. I just believe.
You're a
that
Jew
what we had
hater
under
now?
The Biden administration was too much. Now it's too restrictive.
Lisa, you got that?
Well, that sucks for you because, you know, living in hate,
We done heard
it
it.
just stains your soul.
Just talk to yourselves and agree.
No, we just want to hear the clip.
Nobody hates you. People hate terrorists who kill people, stupid. You're not killing anybody.
This is an echo room if we don't allow you to just
No,
It's all politics, boo-boo. Wake up!
tell us about tariffs. Yeah, the tariffs work.
Brother, I live along the border where he does, and what he's saying is the truth.
So, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, so these
Why you cutting off Marshall? Why you cutting off Marshall? Why don't you listen to Marshall?
I was
Because Marshall wasn't in the conversation.
Yeah, but Marshall, did you and the crazy thing is, no, Marshall, the crazy thing is, nobody no one really even disagree with him. We're just, bottom line is that what he's talking is gibberish. So you're really, Marshall, you're defending your friend. I got you. You don't even know what you're talking about this moment because he literally, no one is even trying to have a back and forth with Trent. Trent is going on about a point that no one really is.
Trent is drinking and he's just having diarrhea of the mouth.
I don't dare that.
I am drinking. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm drinking.
Oh yeah, I know. You got diarrhea of the mouth. I know.
Just
Poo-poo mouth.
constantly. But the idea that somehow you're going to speak to national policy on immigration and school us on something because you live close to the Texas border, and that somehow that means that you understand
Marshall's getting
national
burned.
policy on immigration is just like really
It's laughable. Like, that's your entryway to schooling us on national policy on immigration because your experience on the Texas border. I'm sorry, like
It's like barbers talking about the automotive.
You have said a lot of things.
All right, have a good night, Nora.
You've said a lot of things
I'm
on
outta
this
here.
app.
Bye.
They haven't always, and you have used your proximity to people, your proximity to cars, your proximity to borders. You have used those every single time. And not everything you say comes out to pass. You don't acknowledge that. But people who are sober listen to you and hear these things all the time. So I'm sorry if I, if I didn't let you for the 1,000th time tell us about how you live on the border and how you know these things because you hire Mexicans for cheap to clean your counters and to wash your floors. I apologize.
Nothing like listening to fat people go on. Go ahead, fat boy.
Okay.
Wow. So to get personal.
Y'all just turned off today.
I'm so sorry. Hey, brother, you really want to piss him off? Call him a salesman.
I'm fat and you're I'm fat and you're a drunkard. So I guess we all have our things.
But I'm willing to admit it. But there is a...
He's admitting. I'm glad the recordings is running. Keep admitting, baby. Keep admitting. Go. Come on.
There is a
He
huge...
said he's a drunk, guys.
There is a huge...
And I got my flip flop right here.
This is why no one wants to talk to you. Like, this is why you...
I'm gonna spank you with the chocolate.
Every single day. Triggered. You say...
I'm a drunk. I can't be sober when I'm home.
Trey, you've been talking for over an hour straight, and you said don't say you don't want to talk to us.
Dr.
You
Adam.
are here
You won't listen to Marshall. You won't listen to Marshall who lives here. Listen to Marshall.
Marshall better stay out of the way so he don't get shot
Marshall
up.
doesn't even know the conversation.
Because the bullets is flying in this room. And we don't, you always the innocent bystanders always get hit. So Marshall, stay back.
Yeah,
We've
come
heard
on.
your border. We've heard about you and the border and from Marshall 1,000,001 times.
They're roasting Marshall.
What's the point of
They're roasting Marshall.
Marshall and what? Oh, is this TV's room?
No, this is called Lisa's 420 Lounge. Trump undermines intelligence with Royal, Deborah, and Dr.
Oh,
A.G.
because
J.D.
because Trump said, I think they're building a nuclear weapon, and some reporters say, well, Tulsi Gabbard begged to differ.
It's so funny how people experience reversals on the index, and Tulsi is one of those people because she's like a social media content creator. I don't know if you know anything about her, but her husband films and produces all of her content, and they're a beautiful couple. But they are also mixed up in this Hare Krishna global peace movement, meditation peace movement. So there's like a whole iceberg underneath her that people don't realize that she's in a cult. Not a bad cult per se, because it's a peace movement cult.
What's the word? One endorsed by George Harrison.
Yeah, it could be worse.
And John Lennon.
But-
and Ringo Starr.
But I will never forget that the day that it was announced that Biden won, she fully endorsed Biden and said we have to move on and embrace our new president.
Won what?
When it was announced that he won the election.
Oh, like in 2000? I mean 2020?
Yeah. Yeah. She was the first to come out and endorse. I
So
mean,
why
she's...
why didn't Trump hold her like that? That should have gotten her a shit card.
I don't think people's memory is so short, and she puts out so much content.
This really evil. Like if you fuck him over once, you're shit for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Ooh, Clubhouse versus Pepe. Somehow Pepe is winning. Ooh, that's a room you should record.
Let's see.
Healthy debates. Change the title. 85 people in there.
Okay, I'll go in there.
On your another phone?
No, on my burner account.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, you know he's going. You know he's gonna go.
That's a good room. I love Roger Mayhem. Okay, I'll talk to you later.
That's why you guys are the only one with actual experience.
Hold on, Alexander.
You actually have experience working in the fields.
Wait, what field?
We're gonna need you in those fields again.
What fields?
The vegetable fields, fruit field, all those fields.
Yeah, we all in the field. Okay, I can say you need to be in a photography field. That's the only field I need you in. Okay,
You're gonna be in the field.
be in a photography field, but because that doesn't hurt me. You know, I just want to be clear that racism thing that y'all fake whites try to do on black people. I'm a wealthy black. That doesn't work on me. Like I consider you everybody below, just like a roach or something. So that doesn't work here. Like you saying I'm gonna get back in the field. What the fuck? Do you know where my family comes from?
No.
But to double back, just no trolling aside, we're seeing why you march for George Floyd, right? Because the police department, you know, and how the police, just the industry on how they treat human beings. So I just want to put that out there. And there are black people who are marching, you know, specifically, but I can't march because I'm tired. It's like, you know, it's summertime. We're supposed to be.
I know. I was kind of content with what I was listening to. But this is. Oh yeah, this is much better. Yeah, Ion does big rooms. Have you ever been to an Ion room where he just sits there and pontificates for like an hour? There's like 1,000 people in the room. It's crazy.
So I don't
Because I'm gonna. This is like my hand grenade that I'm about to leave as I walk out of my apartment. This is just like, see, meaning that like their room is unrecorded, but this is recording it. So it's like it's stupid to do unrecorded rooms because people just sit there, and you know I don't even have to use space on my phone. This is the greatest thing about using Clubhouse is if you want to store conversations, you know, it doesn't take up any of your own memory.
They have terrorized the black community.
Okay, you took a shot.
Cleansing against black Americans. And so there's no love between those two communities. As far as black Americans are concerned, the Hispanics are just, if not worse, than white Americans. And so, yeah, that's why you didn't see hardly any, because there's the relationship between black Americans and Mexicans in this city is dead. Kendrick Lamar, you don't understand the politics of why he put Hispanics in his videos and why he constantly tried to like show some type of bringing Hispanics into his art. It's not because he loves Hispanics. Well, you know, his wife her grandfather was Mexican, but nonetheless, the street politics of LA, and that is. The last thing he wants is Hispanics to get mad and throw a tantrum.
Not too much on Vanessa Bryant. Not too much on Vanessa Bryant.
He doesn't want Hispanics to throw a temper tantrum and start attacking black people because that's what they'll do. So to keep the peace, he added them to their art. But there's no love. There's no love between us. There's no black and brown love. That's a fucking lie. There's no black and brown love, and that's why you did not see black people present and standing next to these people, because these people are evil, wicked, and they're getting what they're getting because their wickedness.
Okay, I mean, I'm sorry if you feel that way. I think that the reason
not that I feel that way, that's a fact.
It's because black people are just fucking selfish. That's it.
So
Mexicans are lovable, and black people are not. That's a real deal.
Everyone, I'll put the evidence real quick. Hold on,
wait. I got one more thing to take part though. You motherfucking Latin people think that you're the only ones being deported. Like, it's just so weird that you think that, like, the privilege that you have. What I want you to do is I want you to be a strong, like, white man that you've been pretending to be the whole time, Alexander, and stand up to his ass and do what you're supposed to do. You're a man, okay? Get up there and get your, what? I don't know, Alexander. You're just so feminine, and I see why nobody wants to.
He's a base Latino Chad.
I see why black don't want to.
Wait a second, hang on for a second.
Can I finish?
You calling some other guy that he sounds feminine? Come on, man, you're pressing it a little bit.
Wait, what's wrong with being feminine?
There's nothing wrong with being feminine.
Period. So that's a compliment. I don't know.
Socks now and then.
They don't bathe. They don't shower.
My shit.
Yeah, and I know Alexander, y'all. So please, I know him. That's why I don't like trolling him. I mean, I don't like him, but you know, he's very just interesting. But y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day, please.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put the evidence in.
No, hang on, pause for a second. I just want
Good night, bro. You better follow me back or else.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, you're right. New account. Sorry, dude. Wait a second. Where is it?
I think Abracadabra wanted to speak.
Yeah, hang on for half a second. I just want to check on something. Mojo, are you around?
Yeah, we have advocates for speakers now.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you to it. Okay.
No, not an advocate.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put the evidence. Thank you, love. I appreciate you. I'm gonna put the evidence in the chat since Alexander wants to play I'm white and I say so. What I said was 100% facts. The Hispanic community has been extremely racist and evil towards Black Americans in Southern California. There's no black and brown love, and I will put the evidence to back up my statements in the chat. Checkmate.
Do you know how the whole when the LA Hispanic gangs, for example, started the whole sundown town shit where they wouldn't allow black people in their neighborhood at night? What was really funny about that is that it actually the catalyst for it was not gang related. There was a Mexican man that was walking home with groceries, and some blacks decided to be okay to basically shoot him and execute him and steal whatever shit he had. And the Mexicans basically said, "Well, fuck this shit. Like, we're instead of having to rely on the police, which obviously isn't working, we're just not going to let these blacks into our neighborhood." And we're going to enforce it with violence. And you say it's horrific, but what I think is horrific is just some, hardworking Mexicans, and they're, you have this hardworking Mexican dad coming home with some food. He's walking home, for Christ's sake, and there's some feral black people end up shooting him, and they just want to stop their community from being preyed on.
Pepe literally just made that up. He has no evidence for that, right? That's not what happened. The reason why Hispanics became, first of all, you got to understand in Hispanic culture in Latin America, there's already an anti-black sentiment. They have something called la raza, which means improving the race, right? They literally say in Spanish that mixing with white people is improving the race. So actually,
how is that a lie?
Hold on. It's about territory, right? So as Hispanic populations begin to grow and the Mexican mafia begin to grow in large numbers and gangs begin to grow, they wanted more territory. And so they began to say that black people had to get out of neighborhoods, and they started to squat up. You also had a motherfucking Mexican army that was coming over, posing as gangs, teaching gangs paramilitary tactics to ethnically cleanse black people out of their communities.
The Mexican military trained these people? Is that what your claim is?
They had paramilitary officers from the Mexican military, yes, that taught gangs, that would join gangs and teach gangs paramilitary tactics to ethnically cleanse.
La Raza is going to the next level. Oh my God!
You also had the Mexican mafia that called for, and we know the Mexican mafia is heavy. And the cartels, the Mexican mafia.
No, the cartels aren't the Mexican. The Mexican mafia is La M. It's La M. Okay, and they roll over the Sureños, they're not from Mexico. They're Mexican Americans. And they run the prisons in Mexico, and they call the shots for all of the southern Hispanic gangs.
The Mexican mafia called for the ethnic cleansing of black people out of black neighborhoods, right? Said, look, our numbers are growing and expanding. We're going to ethnically cleanse, and we're going to take over their territory. So this was what this was about. Partly it was about drug money, and then it worked its way up over time when it wasn't about gang shit. It made its way out of the gang culture, and it made its way into everyday life, where everyday Mexicans, hardworking Mexicans, right?
Yeah, but black people never do anything wrong. Okay.
Where you had hardworking Mexicans, right, who were discriminated against black people in hiring, and then even going as far as terrorizing black people on the workforce. Again, I'm going to put all the evidence in the chat to back up my statement.
I know it's bullshit because
I'm going to put the evidence in. I'm going to put the evidence in the chat. It's not bullshit. You'll see it for yourself. Before you call something bullshit, find out if it's true or not.
Hold on.
Latinos,
Hold on.
do you have a...
You're gonna mute yourself. You're gonna find the mute button. I'll find it for you. Thank you. Here's the issue. When people say that something's 100% fact, and then they say that they're gonna post something in the chat, really what they're gonna post, I guarantee that what's gonna get posted is going to be an opinion piece, but feel free to bring these things. That'll be fine.
No opinion pieces, sir.
Hey, why don't you let me finish speaking? I didn't speak. I'm just gonna weigh in here and just say that I would bet that whatever you post is going to be an opinion piece. I don't think that, like, sir, with all due respect, I don't think you're an expert on the Mexican mafia.
no shit, yeah.
I mean, the Mexican mafia.
I mean, I just find it kind of funny. You had nothing to say. You had nothing to say when he was up to black people wearing out there protesting. But you got something to say about Mexicans.
I wasn't claiming to be an expert in the Mexican mafia. I'm only speaking to the fact that the Mexican mafia called for the ethnic cleansing of black people.
They didn't call for it.
That's what
The Mexican mafia is nothing more. Okay, Jesus Christ, when you go to prison, okay, just like how you have the Serranos, you have the Norteños, you have the Fresno Bulldogs, you have all of the different cars that people have to roll in fucking prison, and then you have in Arizona, it's rather similar, except for we have Paisas and Chicanos instead of Norteño Serrano. Now, what you're stating is that, okay, Southern Hispanic gangs, which are largely not people of Mexican, they're not Mexican nationals. In other words, these are people that are generally more than one generation American. These people control the Southern Hispanic gangs. The reason why there's even a Norteño versus Serrano is very similar to Arizona, where it's Chicano versus Paisa. The Paisas, the people born in Mexico, they largely were the fruit pickers in Northern California. The Mexican Americans did not get along with the Mexican. It exists to this day, but obviously it's kind of evolved. These people are not. They have. I mean, I'm not going to say they don't have ties to Mexican cartels. I'm sure they do when it comes to dealing drugs and shit. But these are not. This is not like a mafia that comes from Mexico. It's just fucking asinine.
I don't care about that. Who fucking cares, Pepe? All I simply said was the Mexican mafia. The Mexican mafia called for the ethnic cleansing of black Americans out of their communities. I don't give a fuck about their history or their dynamics. That's irrelevant to me.
No, they didn't, because if that was the truth, you guys would be really relevant.
I'm putting it in the chat. I'm putting it in the chat. I'm putting all the evidence in the chat. People in the audience, you can look at it for yourself. I already put one link in. I'm going to put more in.
And not only are these Latinos biased in Southern, they're biased in Northern California as well. Bullying my poor baby because she was black. That's sad. I can't go out and protest with some Mexicans.
Can I ask you a question? Where are your parents from? I mean, I don't want to be a colorist, but I'm just looking at your photo. If that's you, it screams African unmixed.
Why does it matter what I am?
Because, I mean, it's very different when somebody whose family flies here,
No,
they somehow insert themselves into the struggles.
Like that.
Yes, I am going to, because you're inserting yourself. I'm not gonna go. No.
Who I am.
I'm not gonna go to Serbia.
Can you this guy? So
you're an African. That's why you're doing it. Amazing.
No.
I'm not going to go to Serbia and claim the plight of the Bosnians.
Okay.
It's not going to happen because I'm not one of their people.
First of all, I am half
PTR.
Nigerian, and I'm half American.
I don't look Arabic. You're fucking.
You're Arabic, man.
He looks like an Italian Joey. That's what he looks like.
I
looks Arabic. He doesn't look Italian. He looks like an Arabic. He just
Looks like an Italian Joey that I used to go to school
Oh,
with.
amazing.
Wait, Arabic's a language, not a. That's a fucking.
But yeah, so I mean,
Don't you ever try to tell me who you think I am.
you're not an African American. You're literally somebody of African descent LARPing as a fucking FBA.
You don't know what I am, fool.
I have a question for the room. Anyone can answer. Sorry, I muted myself. Anyone can answer this question though. If you could be born of any gender, race, born in any country, any sexual orientation, I'd love to hear what people would want to be born as. If they had control over it, where would you want to be born, and what would your identity be?
I'm just gonna straight man so I can piss off people.
Straight white man USA. Simple answer.
Yep.
I'd like to be born as specifically the Duke of Wellington, who managed to win finals for Great Britain during the Napoleonic Wars and was a strategic genius.
Worse than that one. First thing to look at is the cut. This one, the texture is really.
I don't want to see who want to be something different.
Hold on. Somebody with the name of Ninja Coolies says Black American male. So I think that's interesting because I've been led to believe on this app that is a description of people that have it really bad. And so I'd love for Ninja Coolies to come up here and talk.
Whatever. I agree. I wouldn't say anything. It's not one thing. Like, if anybody would say they would change who they are,
Ninja.
I don't care. I don't care what we've been through, how long we've had it. I love being able to change it for nothing.
This one has a glass on glass.
That's
connection,
wonderful.
And this one has a little stopper. The glass on glass connection is much harder to do. Also, look at the.
I think I'd be born
this one
Chinese.
shines so beautifully blue. I bet this is a really, really nice crystal. But at the end of the day, there's really only one metric.
If we're talking now.
Wait, look at all these rainbows in this thing.
Yeah, but you don't be a minute when you're gonna have no pump.
Which is how much?
No, I'm not. I'm gonna be a tall Chinese. I'm gonna be like the fucking Chinese.
I love how this black guy is still LARPing as a
I found this
fucking
crystal bottle
white.
at a thrift store for only $12. I'm gonna turn it into this glass bag and sell it for $1,200. After buying it from this thrift store, I noticed how beautiful the crystal is.
I like how they go to fucking
Hungarian crystal entree, and it was originally $420. It's
I love how you say it's only black people.
I have to use a lot of water so it doesn't crack the glass.
I would not like to be born in the Duke of
Polish up
Wellington.
that lip.
I would like to be Rohan because I'd be Australian, therefore
I
cool.
gather up some glass. I make what's called a collar. I open up the kiln, or Pam does. I stab up the what was once a bottle.
By the way, Ray, I would say the reason people can kind of tell
squish it with my
if
corks.
someone's black, regardless of their accent,
Little
it's
torch up there by the neck, and I put a jackline in there.
the reverberations that you see through your sinus cavities and your nose are. And black people, no, black people.
It could crack the water on the jackline.
I already told you.
No, where are you
Arizona.
Where are you from, baby?
I'm from America. So,
No, you're not. No, you're not.
okay, I'm foreign. I sound like a foreign person. Amazing. Yeah, but that being said, you know your nose and your sinuses keep your voice.
Where you from, baby?
I already told you.
We put it in the inhaler.
No, where you from?
In the morning, it looks like this. Honestly, I'm a little confused
I am
about this
just
because I feel like the guy in the Hungarian
astonished.
crystal has even more than I did. I found this crystal bottle at a thrift store for only $12. I'm gonna turn it into this glass bag and sell it for $1,200. After buying it from this thrift store, I noticed how beautiful the crystal is. After a little research, I learned it's from.
My client wanted a refund because my skin.
I make these glass bags, but they all have the same problem. There's too much stuff going on. Giant spikes, crazy
So yes, I'm putting
just
the
too much
evidence
stuff.
in.
Sometimes you just need it all to stop. Have something simple. Clear bag. No frills, no bits, no color.
relates to
small design, big design.
ICE, people in different places around the country marching. But again, they're marching for all of us. They're marching against fascism. They're marching for due process. And they're marching for their rights. They're marching for Americans
Can you describe what the job description of ICE is?
Whatever their job description is, people.
I was asking. Hold on. The question. Listen. The question was, can you describe what it is?
People who are in the process of citizenship. So ICE is, they are supposed to, well, when they were, so it's changed, right? Because ICE was established after 9/11.
Which one would do it? So now I don't need to just do
Let's
the
do a
fight.
deep dive on ISIS and how it came to be, so that we can suss this out. I do know that there is a legal process in this country for deportation, for immigration. I know there's a legal process for all of these things, and I know that right now,
There should also be a legal process for hopping out of an unmarked van, wearing civilian clothing, holding AR-51s and masks, and pulling people into a car and driving away. That's, I believe, kidnapping.
I heat that up and squish it together.
Anyway,
This is
so
black
yeah,
which I overlay and cover
I
with white
see the
glass.
exchange that
Then
you had
I roll
with,
up that marini. I make sure the edges are aligned just right so there's no seam. I integrate it and put another layer of clear glass on top of that. Then there's a little too much clear, so we gotta get rid of some of that stuff. Now I have to put it in a jack line and then squish it with my corks. Look at this pattern, it's coming out so nice. I drill a hole with my tungsten rod.
Wait, hold on. Did you think that my question was in bad faith when I asked you what the job description of ICE employees are?
I read it and I shape it up. I torch it with my torch. And look at this. Look at how good it looks. It's really coming out. It's got a cool overnight so it doesn't explode. And there it is. That's how you do it.
Their job description is not to
I gotta make this bag, but transparent black with clear spikes.
Can you read to me?
This is the transparent
Can
black.
you read to me what their job description
This
is?
is called an overlay, where I spread the clear glass over the bump, wrap it in clear glass, blow it up, add a punty to it. This is a sculpture because it's a
Here's the thing, right?
A little bit of water breaks it off.
And this is a problem for all of you, that you're picky and choosy about when you want to push back on authoritarianism from the government. If you guys had the same smoke for government every time you ever step, we wouldn't have all of these problems. But because you're so selective with it, we have all of these problems.
Wait, when's the last time that government officials in civilian clothing, brandishing rifles, were throwing people into unmarked vans and deporting them?
And another punty, little water on the neckline, a little tap that breaks it off. This is a trim.
Oh, hold on, I got a board. I'll talk to you guys later.
A ream, a squat, a lunge, and a deep ream. Now that the bag is done, it's time for me to add the clear spikes. Alex brings over some glass, squish it, stretch it, and a cut.
Chasing people down fucking
Let's add like 50
car washes and shit. Like, what?
The stretch is my favorite part. I love stretching. It feels so good.
Y'all learning now. Y'all ran around for years saying that Black Americans have a victim mindset and that we're just complainers and always complaining. They used to be on the radio here. They all the time, Hispanics. We're complainers. We have a victim mindset. We make excuses. We blame the white man, and we just listen to these motherfuckers. And now they looking.
No, I mean, you're still all of those things. We're not complaining. We're complaining.
No, you are. You are, Alexander. Your people are. Listen, Alexander, they're on the radio station. They're on the radio. No, they said exactly. early. They said we were complaining too much. They said we complain too much, we whine too much. So there it is. So all right, we're not complaining now. We're gonna do exactly what Hispanics told us to do. Stop complaining. So we're not complaining now. We're doing exactly what you guys told us not to do. What do you mean not yet? We've never not been. Listen, let me explain. Hold on. Alexander, we have never been number one. We've always been number one on this country. We are the main dish. You are the side dishes. White supremacy has always held us up as the main dish. White supremacy loves to devour us, eat us. That's how this has been that way for 400 plus years. So let me explain something to you. We ain't new to this. We are true to this. There's nothing they can unleash on us that they haven't unleashed on us for 4 centuries in this country. Y'all the ones crying.
You can be whatever fucking side dish or main dish you want. I really don't care.
So hold your own nuts and don't ask why we ain't there. Hold your own nuts.
Because you guys are asking where we were.
Yeah, we get shit done. That's why y'all want to help.
You get shit done. You get shit done. No, Mexicans are the ones that get shit done. That's why I actually
we didn't ask you where you were.
You don't fucking work.
Black folks ain't never looked to Hispanics and say, "Where are you?" Because you were never there in the first place.
Never. Yeah, we're cleaning your room. You're fucking doing all the shit, you lazy ass kid.
No, you're cleaning the room because you came from a failed state of low IQ people, and you had to come to a country that we built and that we made prosperous, and we made prosperous, and we made a way for you to come out. Yes, if it hadn't been from the let me tell you something, clown. If it hadn't been from the 1965 Civil Rights Act and Dr. King supporting the Hart-Celler Act, your Mexican ass would still be in Mexico. In fact, you wouldn't even be considered a human in this country because before the Hart-Celler Act, Mexicans were prohibited in large numbers to be able to immigrate here. So your existence is because of the work that we put in.
No, you do realize that Hispanic culture was here as soon as we won the Mexican-American War.
That's not the point, bro.
We took in a place that was largely Hispanic, largely Catholic, largely Spanish-speaking. So Hispanic culture has been part of the United States since the 1840s.
We didn't say Hispanic culture. We said the number of Hispanics in this country was small compared to now because it was prohibited for large numbers of Hispanics. Hold on.
You're talking about America.
It was against the law for Hispanics to immigrate to this country in large numbers. That is a fact. And it wasn't until the Hart-Celler Act and Dr. King supporting the Hart-Celler Act. And in fact, well, you know what's so crazy, right? You had Cesar Chavez at that time, who actually was kind of against the Hart-Celler Act and against illegal immigration and large amounts of illegal immigration because he said it drives wages down. But yet, and still, Dr. King supported the Hart-Celler Act. Without that, you wouldn't have had nearly the numbers that Hispanics had. And in fact, Hispanics, the few that were here in this country, you were treated like shit. You were segregated. You were marginalized. You weren't even allowed to go to the same schools as white folks. And we still fought for your ass and died so that we can have desegregation and we can have the Brown versus the Board of Education, which allowed you to be able to be integrated and go to white schools. You dumb fuck.
I think it's funny.
The Southwest of the United States is a far larger geographical area and contained far more folks that looked brown, spoke Spanish, and were Catholic.
They were less than 2% of the population, sir. They were not 50%. They were not 40%. They were less than 2% of the population in the Southwest. Stop.
People who happen to be Hispanic, happen to be Catholic, happen to speak Spanish.
And in the Southwest again, they were treated, they were segregated, and they were treated like third-class citizens. And yet and still, our fight and the civil rights movement gave them their freedoms and gave them the rights and gave them full citizenship in this country. It was us. It wasn't them. They were, hold on, in fact, Hispanics at this time were fighting to be be recognized as white. You had LULAC, the organization LULAC, which later on became known as
blacks are doing right now.
LULAC, the Hispanic organization, the leaders of LULAC in Texas and California. Yes, they did. LULAC did.
Part of the United States.
No. You're a liar. You're a liar, and I'll put it in the chat and show you, clown, that the heads of LULAC, which was the largest Hispanic organization in the United States of America, LULAC was arguing to have Mexicans identified as white. In fact, the heads of LULAC said that they do not stand in connection or community with the Negro. They said, let the Negro fight his own war. I'll put it in the chat to prove these clowns are liars and they don't know what they're talking about. I'll put the evidence in the chat, clown.
If you quote LULAC, then I would not make the claim.
I'll put it in the chat, clown, to show you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you loser.
Yes,
you're wrong.
Please show me where
you have a low IQ.
They want to be.
Yes.
I would love.
Yes, LULAC fought for Hispanics, Mexicans to be identified as white. And in fact, I'm going to put in the chat the quote from the head of LULAC and what he said about blacks in America.
Oh, that's really
applicable to our conversation. Our conversation is about LULAC saying these people were white. Please.
Yeah, they were fighting for Mexicans to gain white status. That is a fact. That's what I said. Don't try to twist what I said around. I'm going to say it again. What I said was LULAC literally fought to have Mexicans identified as white, to gain white status. That's what I said, clown. And that's what they were doing. Mexicans weren't trying to fight for their freedoms. They was trying to fight to be identified as white. That's what their leaders were doing. That's what their leaders were doing.
The thing that shows they want to be white.
Yes, I'll put it in the chat. They wanted white status. They wanted to be recognized by the government as white. LULAC fought for that.
How's that any different than again, if you can quote LULAC, then I will happily apologize to you. Here's the problem. I don't think you can actually quote LULAC. I don't think LULAC actually said they were trying to be white.
They were trying to gain white status.
If you want to argue,
stop trying to. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to wiggle your way out of it. I said they were trying to gain white status. White status. White status. Stop. See how white people are? There's everybody in the room.
You allow Marshall to respond or no?
Telling me they said it.
Yes, they said that they were fighting for white status. Bitch.
Then, nope, your claim was that they were fighting.
Don't try to tell me what my claim was. I'm very clear what my claim was. I don't care what you heard. I'm telling you what I said. And what I said was that LULAC fought for white status for Mexicans. So I'm right. They did not see themselves in allyship. They did not see themselves in allyship with black Americans. They were treated like third-class, second-class citizens. Third-class citizens. They were treated like third-class citizens, and at the end of the day, you bitch, at the end of the day, they were arguing that they wanted to be identified by the government as white. That's what LULAC was fighting for. That's what LULAC wanted. Everybody, you can Google it in the room. Anybody listen to my voice, you can see. And then everybody, I want you to look at what LULAC, the head of LULAC, said about black Americans. What is he quoted saying about black Americans? He literally said, "We are nothing like the Negro. We do not stand in community with the Negro."
I'm just saying he's not there.
But you just need to quote
young Rowan. Are you there, Rowan?
White status.
Obviously, he's not there, so.
I know. I was trying to see if we could get somebody modded, anybody. So we could actually have a conversation after Abra, not just fucking crashing out like he does every time.
He's crashing out. When I started to talk, he started to
any
yell.
type of conversation.
Marshall started to yell when I started to talk.
Yeah, Marshall's drunk though too.
No, I'm not drunk, and I didn't start to yell.
Okay.
I just asked him to prove his claim. His claim was that LULAC said they wanted to be white, so please quote LULAC.
Asking you to quote something that you're claiming is not yelling. It's asking you to do the work of your intellectual claim in the first place.
Okay, so I'm gonna say it again. I said that LULAC was fighting to be recognized as white by the United States government.
Quote me the damn thing. I don't need you to repeat your fucking claim. I need you to quote me what you said.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just quoted to you what I just said.
No, put it in the chat. I want
Absolutely no problem at all.
or a LULAC website or anything denoting what LULAC said that was their policy intent. I want to see it because I am almost
absolutely, absolutely.
You can't actually show it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, people in the chat, because Marshall doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. You can literally Google it. It's not hard to find. Like, even people in the chat, Marshall is saying you're wrong.
Chat, Abra? If it's that easy.
We're gonna stop people in the chat.
Let me get it. Calm down.
There you go. Hey, Dr. Jordan, can you mod Marshall or somebody?
Oh, wow, he's gonna ask Marshall. Oh, wow, you already. Please don't do that.
Marshall won't kick anybody.
Yes, he does. He kicks me down all the time. Marshall kicks me. Marshall has kicked me out of the room. You liar! Stop. Marshall has kicked me out of the room a million times. You liar!
Talking at the same time. Oh my God.
I mean, I just don't know who else to mod. And Marshall.
Are you guys still fighting about race?
Adams, are you at a gay bar?
Of course, it's logical. I just got my haircut.
Did the Zoan cut your hair?
Where did Creedy go? Somebody, did he left or he got moved?
That's what I was about to ask. Did you kick him, Marshall, or you just sleep?
No, he just left on his own. I didn't kick him at all. I don't kick people, as you said.
Yeah, well, if you're shit-faced, you do, but you don't seem shit-faced. Just maybe a couple.
No, dude. Something like that.
The other day, you were kicking everybody, but you were, like, really super trashed with them.
No, he was not.
If you guys are interested, I know that astrology is considered somewhat of a pseudoscience, but as someone who has useless degrees in science as multiple ones, I will tell you that it's a very interesting philosophy and practice. Kabbalistic astrology is ancient Jewish mysticism. Hellenistic astrology is another form. Anyways, wow, someone's clearing the room out.
Who farted?
Take a look at these lovely ladies in this YouTube. This is my podcast, a new podcast series for me, and we're talking about astrology and Scorpios in particular, because I'm a Scorpio. So if anyone is curious, there is some content for you.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I would say that astrology is pseudoscience, but I would say that it does seem like things like, you know, gravitational pull of the moon and stuff like that does affect people's like equilibriums and, you know, the way they act.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that, like, people question the characteristics, but it is a bit uncanny. Like, the celestial forces are interesting, stellar cues are interesting, but I actually, you know, it is arguably pseudoscience, but it's kind of amazing when you look at your sign, and of course you're going to have a bias and there's going to be subjectivity, but I'm curious what people's feedback is on astrology.
Have you ever watched the mass guy from the United Kingdom? He brings in like 50 people into like this warehouse, and he gives everybody their individual astrological reading and stuff, and he does like a cold. It's supposed to be a reading, but in actuality, it's like a cold reading of just, and it's generalization
just generalizing things that people want to hear, and then he tells the people he's asking each like people from the group. He's like, "What is yours?" And they're like, "Oh my god, this is 100% me." And he's like, "How about you?" And they're like, "Oh my god, this is amazing! Like this is ridiculous how accurate you were." He's like, "Now start passing them to the right," and they started passing the right, and they were all identical.
Oh my god, that was like the most like villainish, pretentious laugh. Dr. Jordan, what?
Not much. I'm trying to convince people that astrology is legitimate.
From like what standpoint?
There you go, Marshall. There's the actual quote from the head of LULAC.
I didn't ask for the head of LULAC telling me. I asked you for LULAC policy, which was what you claimed.
It's in the chat.
Brown, black, white, in Texas. LULAC.
Yeah, we're back to talking about race.
Watch like a typical white man. This isn't sufficient enough to convince me. This is what white men do. This isn't sufficient enough to convince me. I'm white and I say so.
What does this have to do with whiteness?
Literally nothing to do with my opinion. It has to do with where I live. I live next.
It doesn't satisfy it doesn't satisfy me.
This is not what I said, and if you're gonna claim that, I'm gonna throw you off the stage.
Go fuck yourself, you dirty white cracker.
Okay.
What the fuck was that?
I didn't even kick the guy.
What was that? Like, literally, what the hell was that?
Cracker, cracker, crack.
Oh, Jesus. Is he okay?
I don't know, Adams. Doesn't sound okay. There's the groups. Fuck, that's
very weak. Hey, so Dr. Jordan, guess who I saw at the gas station today?
Christy Brinkley.
No, Faye Resnick.
Oh, tell her I said hello. I don't even know if I would recognize her anymore. I know she was friends with my friend.
She looks good. I'm telling you, I hardly recognize her. Like, she looked...
something totally different than what I was being
You
yelled
fat
at.
white bitch.
What are you talking... Oh, my God.
Just like it comes in.
Is this how y'all grew up in Beverly Hills, Dr. Jordan? Like, I mean, this is not Laguna behavior. What has happened?
What, he got magic or something? How you keep getting in and out the room like that?
He's doing it on purpose.
All he does.
So before anybody can kick it, yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Can somebody bring up Dev?
Hi, thanks. You know, he is right. I mean, AI says, yes, in its early history, LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, did advocate for Latinos to be identified as white, particularly in the context of the U.S. Census. They argued that Mexican Americans, and by extension other Latinos, were part of the white race and should not be categorized separately. Specifically, that's what he was saying.
Thanks for the facts.
Devin, I rarely hear from you. Thank you for the historical context. That's just what I was asking for.
Okay.
I was under the vast impression from this article that he gave me. The article seemed to be making the argument that Mexican Americans, African Americans had stronger racial ties rather than weaker racial ties. But it's interesting to know that there was an organization of folks who made that argument. Is there something I might read on that subject?
Yeah.
Do you know anything off the top of your head, or if you don't, we're good.
I just typed, did LULAC want Latinos to be identified as white? And it is a longer explanation, so you might want to type that question in.
That's subjective. That's definitely subjective, because we had this conversation last night. So Spaniards are not Hispanic; they're actually European. And even if you don't consider yourself, Latin, that's only along a certain a certain definitive bloodline. So I mean, yeah, people miscategorize what is known as Mexicans today. A lot of those people,
it's complicated.
A lot of those people, okay, I'm talking about the Selena crowd. Okay, shout out to Selena Gomez and Quintanilla. Okay, they are not mestizo Mexicans. They are colonizers just as much as they accuse white people.
Well, sure, but it's a little bit more complicated.
Is it?
If you were to look at, sure. So if you were to look at, for example, why are Middle Easterners?
Eva Longoria is indigenous?
No.
Okay, and that's my point.
Hold on, I get it, but I'm talking about legally, why people are classified as white. There was a case in California in which there was I believe he was a Syrian person. This is, like 100 years ago or something. And he arrested a white Californian, and it actually made it to the Supreme Court. Because his argument was, well, this guy's not, a white man. He can't arrest me. And so he basically ended up. God damn it.
You can say my name. I ain't trying to cut you off.
No worries. And so the Supreme Court ended up ruling, like, yes, this guy's classified as white for all intents and purposes. So when it comes to, what the classification of white was something that kind of put you. We had segregation back then. We had a lot of things. It basically meant whether or not you could be classified in these states as somebody who would be subjected to segregation and so forth. That's basically what it was. It wasn't. It was a blunt tool.
Pepper, are you aware of LULAC making that argument? Devin provided his own turn-up of Google. But are you aware of that in your area?
No, I'm not. I wasn't.
Yeah, me either. Which is exactly why the reaction I had. I was like, LULAC, it does not, at least modern day LULAC, they don't advocate for anything of the kind.
I would say this. I mean, people of Mexican descent were always. We can look at World War I, World War II. Mexicans, even Native Americans would serve on the front line, even though Mexican Americans have always explicitly been considered not white. But they would serve on the front lines with white Americans. Even up until World War II, black men were not allowed to serve on the front lines with white men. It mainly because the fear was that the white men were going to end up killing them on the battlefield. And if you look at the exit surveys after World War II, the most common complaints were how dare you allow this N-word to wear my beloved uniform? What a disgrace, that kind of shit. And so, I wouldn't say that. The reality is, and Marshall, this, as we grew up in, border states around a lot of Mexicans, Mexicans don't consider themselves quote-unquote white, generally. And we don't generally look at them as white. To me, it was more of a legal legal classification as opposed to an identity. I don't know if you agree with that. Marshall, you're on mute. Usually you would say something.
Oh no, dude! My thing cut out, so I couldn't hear anything. I had to leave the room.
Did you hear what I said?
I heard part of what you said, but I didn't hear the rest. If you said something offensive that I would have objected to, I'm glad I wasn't in the room.
I was just saying that, the classification of who is white was more of a... Legally, it served its purposes, but in real life, as somebody who is living in a predominantly Hispanic area, I live in a border state that's largely Hispanic. In real life, Mexicans don't consider themselves quote-unquote white. I think you agree with that.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. I don't know any Mexican that considers themselves to be white.
Yeah, that's my point. It's just for legal purposes, it worked in times where we're a much more racist country, where certain people were given more rights than others, I guess you can say, or legal protections. But I hear a lot of people saying that there's an aspiration to whiteness amongst Mexicans, where there's a grain of truth to that, but if I'm being honest, Mexicans are some of the most proud people, where they don't really... I don't really see them bitching and complaining about that much. They're very, very proud people. And in a way, there's a sense of defiance. If they're to be challenged by white or black people, they definitely... I don't... These are not people... It's not a group of people who I see kissing ass, I guess, for lack of a better term, to any group. And for the most part, I would also say they're very warm and welcoming and festive people. But I don't know. I guess, there's a lot of black people who hate them here. That's fine.
That I appreciate. To be honest, I don't even see the fault in trying to be more white in America. That sounds like the smart thing to do. Look at the Asians. I think they've done an excellent job at that. Excellent job. So.
The rabbit has the gun.
What's up, Anthony?
Good to see you, Marshall. I hope all is well. The rabbit has the gun.
I ain't no rabbit. I ain't got no gun. I'm just participating.
Yo, how do they do that, man? How does a hit dog holler every time on Clubhouse? That shit is amazing, yo. That's crazy.
I mean, is there any way that you guys can end this beef? It's like...
Yo,
Adam,
I love Hakeem. I have no beef with him. But, Hakeem is angry, so it's okay.
I don't think Hakeem is angry at all. What?
Adams, yo, bro, listen.
I mean, come on. If you listen to Hakeem's temperament, he's not angry. I mean, I feel like Hakima definitely has grievances, in terms of some of the things that people say, and I'm not just, excluding, just singling out you. Hakeem and I have he has grievances towards things that I say. So, I mean, we can't be disingenuous in saying that Hakeem is angry. He's not angry. Like we hear a bunch of, you know, knuckle dragging Neanderthals, you know, opening up rooms, you know, doing the shit that they do on this app. That's angry. You know, Hakima's definitely not angry.
So Adam, I just want to be clear. I didn't say Hakima's irrational. I didn't say that Hakima is emotional. I didn't. What I'm saying is that the way Hakima presents his anger is by, you know, casting insults at people that aren't insulting him.
So Anthony, can I ask you a question? Can we maybe interchange the word anger with something that's more congruent to the facts of how Hakima's disposition is? Frustrated. How he displays his frustration. I don't necessarily see it as anger. You see what I'm saying?
I see it because I don't think Hakima necessarily.
Y'all talking about me, and see y'all talking about me. Can I jump in real quick?
Hakima, would you consider yourself angry?
No. I mean, I can get. I don't have a gun. I can get angry, but Anthony, if I'm nothing else, I'm consistent. When I was modding this room, I would shut down race conversation because I just felt it was inappropriate. So therefore, like you cannot be surprised that when I hear racial conversation, I don't like it. Like why is that surprising to you? Like I'm consistent with a mod badge or without a mod badge. I would rather not talk about race and black people in particular. I would rather not hear black people shit on black people in front of white people. Like there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing inconsistent about that. There's nothing angry about that. It should be like common sense that this is how I feel. I ain't saying you got to shut up, but you can't be surprised or call me I'm angry or you didn't say irrational. But it should be very understandable. Like I don't want to talk about race. If I got any control, I won't. Like that's why I leave the room. I'm like, why you leave? Because I don't want to talk about it. What is wrong with that?
Hakima, you got to the heart of the matter real quick, bro. What's wrong with it, right, is that you come into these rooms that are clearly about race. You say your little blurb and you just disappear. You bounce. That is not. It's like. Honestly,
can I give you an alternative perspective?
Adam, just 1 second.
Okay, but Anthony, can I give you an alternative perspective? I don't have a dog in this fight. And again, Hakima has the same.
Adam, I'm happy to hear your perspective after I land, brother. Please, you know, like I'm happy to hear your perspective. I respect you, you know, greatly. I just want to land. That's all. No big deal. So, and honestly, like I think that Hakeem and I can work through whatever issue it is that we have. All I'm saying, right, is I'm not calling anybody out their name. I don't call Hakima, you know, I don't say bad things about Hakima on the stage. I don't co-sign other people in the chat. I don't do any of that stuff. You know, like, do I talk shit to people? Of course I do. I never started, but I ended. And Hakima he'll call me out my name. Hakima will type really crazy off the wall stuff in the chat. That to me is not like what I expect from Hakima, but I understand where the energy's coming from and I'm cool with it. I don't care who criticizes whom in what forum they criticize them. This idea, like on a social media audio app, a speaking app, that, you know, we can't like express our ideas because the person that opened the room is white is garbage to me. That's nonsense. And if I had a problem with it, I would leave quietly once I realized this is the kind of room it is, and I have a philosophical difference with the way it's being conducted. I wouldn't participate in the chat. I wouldn't participate in the stage and then run out the room as soon as I say something.
So basically saying I got to do what you would do. So I can't act how Kim. No. Let me finish up. So basically, like, because the way I choose to handle it is not appropriate. That is weird. But like, what I don't get, you literally told me one day that if a white man came in my face and said nigga, I call me a nigga, I shouldn't have a problem with it. Yet, if I call you coon, you got a problem with it. That is so odd to me. It's just a word. You told me it's just a word.
Okay, so Hakima, I am telling you from my perspective what I see. I am not telling you how to comport yourself. I'm not telling you what words to use, what words not to use. I am just talking to you about my observations. I never tell anybody what to do. We are all autonomous beings. I never say this is what Hakeem is supposed to do.
You did.
You
literally just said that.
I did not say replays ain't on. That's not what I said, bro. And you see, this is where communication fails. You know, we have the sender, we have the receiver, and there's clearly a breakdown somewhere. I didn't tell you how to be. You know,
Can we make comments about me, please? Let's have another conversation.
So can I?
Not that interesting.
Can I give an outsider perspective? I feel like you guys are talking.
Let's start the conversation. I mean, I'll just leave the room. Y'all can finish.
No, don't leave, Hakima.
I don't want to talk about me or race. Like, I'm not gonna force.
He's uncomfortable. If he doesn't want to, if he doesn't want to talk about it, just let him go.
This is odd, man. Like,
I don't want to talk about me. Why would I talk about me for? Like, the way I handle myself in the room. Why I've got a topic is crazy.
Yeah, I honestly feel like we can talk about anything. If you want to talk about me and the way I handle things in the room, so be it. If I don't like the conversation, I'll leave. That's the way I look at it on Clubhouse. Like, there's no safe spaces in Clubhouse. What you say can and will be used against you on Clubhouse. This is the nature of the beast.
Do I have a right to ask?
Of course you have a right to ask.
Okay, cool.
Of course you do.
Do it or don't.
Okay, cool. That's what, so Adams, if you want to talk. You're like, we're grown-ass people here. Talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Well, Kima, can I ask you a quick question? So, like, I can get, if somebody, I understand, like, for example, if I was going to say, what are you looking at, you fucking N-word? You know, whatever, you know. Or, like, what are you looking at, pussy? Or just, your mom's a stupid whore. Like, whatever. We realize there are things that can be said that where you're kind, in a way, challenging somebody to react, and where it could get physical. I guess my question would be this: like, if I look at things differently in terms when it comes to black people. Like, if I when I was in college, I'd work in a hospital registering people. If I was to stand outside the entrance and call and call like the black doctors checking in like N-words, they'd probably just be like, oh wow, that better call security. That guy's not well, and that would be that. They're not gonna like risk their livelihood over.
Of course not. Of course they would. If I had the doctor.
Yeah, but if I understand also, if I go to like an area where it's more economically downtrodden and people have a lot less to lose, they'll react.
I drive for Uber at times. If a passenger called me N-word, I wouldn't attack him. Like when you're a professional, I would handle it professionally. I would ask him about my car, but I would not attack him. If I'm just walking down the street there's me, and you walk up to me and say, I'm gonna fuck you up, or at least try to fuck you up. I can't guarantee, but I'm gonna at least try.
I guess my question would be this though, like, let's say you can. I think like when it comes to like, when I say things like the N-word, it is superficial in a way. I'm using a derogatory slur to make you react because of your skin color. But it doesn't really mean anything. I mean, there's like Dr. Ben Carson, who's a lot smarter than me, who's a fucking brain surgeon. I'm a fucking peon compared to him. Me calling him an N-word, it means nothing. I mean, he's still more complicated.
Hey, Pepe, did you miss the point where I brought it up? Can you answer that? Like, the reason I brought it up because Anthony said I shouldn't have a problem with it. Yet he has
but you're always going to have retards.
I don't know. Can I please finish my sentence? Like, I'm not going to... Just a second. Anthony have a problem with me not accepting N-word, but he can't accept being called a coon. I mean, do you see the hypocrisy there? Shouldn't he be okay with it?
Well, sure. So, like... I see where, like...
Pepe, did you hear me at any point say that he can't call me a coon? Did you at any point hear me say that?
I said you get offended. I ain't saying you.
I don't. Yo, Hakima, I think it's beneath you. I don't care.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing it?
I don't know what you. Okay, Hakima, I want to be clear, right? I don't care if you call me a coon. You know, I've been called a coon. What do you mean stop complaining about? Yo, Hakima, what I'm saying, I don't call you any names. What I'm saying is you do whatever you choose to.
You don't have any to call me.
Yo, Hakima, one day I sat on the stage and Kelly dressed you down. Kelly.
I care about what a hillbilly man's talk said.
Okay.
She's a fucking
hillbilly
dude. You think I care about the fuck she said? What he said about me? Fuck dude. I don't care about dude. You giving this fucking.
So I want you guys to see the inconsistency of some stranger walking up to Hakima and calling him the N-word. And you think I care about what some hillbilly? You see, this is the hypocrisy. This is the fakeness.
She wouldn't say it in my face.
This is the fakeness.
She wouldn't.
What would you do to her if she said it in your face? What would you do to her if you said it?
She wouldn't do it. She would not do it.
What would you do? Okay, what would you do to her if she said it in your face? Absolutely nothing, Hakima. Hakima, nothing. You wouldn't do anything to her. Hakima, you would do nothing to her. You would do less than zero to her.
But Hakima, here's part of the problem. I know you're Muslim, for example. If I was to, I'm going to use doctors for an example. People with something to lose that are educated and intelligent. I could hurl insults to doctors a lot more than I could to the general public, in my estimation. And they're going to be the least likely to react.
Check this shit out. People are being deported for being anti-Semitic. I don't want to hear the shit about me being sensitive or upset or how somebody might react when people are literally deporting students for being fucking anti-Semitic. So don't miss me with the bullshit. Please miss me with it.
Okay, sure. But, if we agree that I think that they're going overboard when it comes to at least this administration, when it comes to
address that shit first, then, not me on an individual level.
Okay, sure.
This is systemic. This the system handling words.
Sure.
Talk about free speech. So don't.
Okay, sure. I would say this. I would say this. You get people that have come on student visas to go to school here, and these are people that can say the most anti-American, anti-white, anti-whatever the fucking Western shit you can think of, and it's been tolerated for a long time. Now, do I think it's...
Anti-black shit, they don't get deported for that.
Sure.
They don't get deported for that shit.
Sure. And what I would say, do I think it's hypocritical that all of a sudden it's just like once it's anti-Israel, that Trump is cracking down and deporting these people? Yeah, absolutely. And it's offensive in a lot of ways. It's just like, oh, well, I mean, once they start criticizing this particular minority or this particular country, now you're going to draw a line. But they can be as anti-American and racist towards other groups of Americans as they want. Yeah, I mean, I think it's offensive.
So Pepe, would you agree that within the Muslim religion, there's a propensity for violence for ideas that they find offensive, more so than any other of the leading religions? Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But that's how you know. That's how you have nothing. You don't have no idea about my religion. Me as a Muslim, you have no idea. I do not have the same ideology as the mainstream Muslims. Nowhere near. So please don't lump me in that box.
It came out.
I don't know whether or not you're a Muslim.
Can I finish? The sect of Islam that I'm in is zero violence. You can't find no fucking violence of motherfucking of Muslims around here terrorizing nobody, violating anybody, bombing anybody, or doing any of that. It does not happen. Period.
I don't believe all Muslims are.
except for what it's, you know.
Well, hold on a second. Like some of my closest friends when I was 9 years old and first moved to Arizona, my first two friends were Farhan and Sono from Pakistan. Literally, my first two friends. My first roommate in college, he was a Muslim from Iran. How do I put this?
Different book, different people.
Sure, and I can name other Muslim friends
You
of
can't
mine.
name none like me though. You can't name none for the more science temple. If that's any of that. You can't find
Well,
it.
sure. I'm not putting you guys. I'm not putting you guys all in the same basket. I would say that like the Muslims, I so happen to know in real life have actually been some of the, even in comparison to Christians, I would say some of the nicest, fair and honest people I've met. If I'm going to like zoom out, do I see a problem with some Muslims? And obviously, I'm not pointing out every Muslim, because the Muslims I knew were very good people.
I see the problem with some Muslims. I see the problem with some Jews. I see the problem with some Christians. I see the problem with some atheists. I see the problem with people in general. I see a lot of problem with people.
So, like I said, as it relates to the major religions, I think that the religion that stands out for having the certain sects of this religion that has the greatest propensity for violence is the Muslims. You can disagree, you can come with your stats, your facts, whatever. And that's, we can have an interesting conversation about it. And to be honest with you, he came up, I never landed.
No, his opinion is rather correct, though. Like,
I'm trying to debate it. I'm not trying to even debate it. It's cool.
Yeah, Hakimo, when we're talking about Muslims, we're talking about Sunni and Shia. We're not talking about, like, Ibadism. We're not talking about, like, you guys are like the Mormons of Christians.
But Hakima, I think you have to look at it this way. Like, for example, there are, like, people, like, that are maybe, were pro-white for many years. There were definitely people that were white that were maybe raised Christian that committed ungodly sins and massacred people. We can look at Dylan Roof. He went into this black church. These parishioners were so kind to him that they let him pray with him. This goofy little white kid, and he fucking slaughtered them. We can look in Buffalo, New York, where this 18-year-old white boy.
You forgot
Hold
to
on a second.
what their family members did after Dylan Roof slaughtered them. They all came out and said that they forgive him and they love him, and they said they hope someday he will be in heaven if he accepts Christ. Like, they're the most loving people, including their family members who had their grandmas and grandpas all shot in the church, came out and said, "We love you and we're praying for you every day," even though we're so upset with what you.
But what I would say is that what is different, though, is that these white people who did these things, there's no denomination of Christianity that would co-sign this or say that it was okay. It is going to be universally condemned. Now, I'm telling you, the Muslims I know are good good people. I won't say good Muslims because I'm not condone it. But what I would say is that there are, like, within Islam, you do definitely get, like, people who are, I guess you'd say, terrorists, where they commit atrocities, like the ones I was mentioning.
I'm trying to see where we're going, because we're in agreement. This is kind of like an echo chamber.
Yeah, Pepe, if somebody came in here and said, "Fuck Jesus," or "Fuck Moses," or "Fuck Muhammad," which of the three groups of those people?
Wait, no.
To go up and blow your fucking house up and.
Wait, no, and that's widely known that there's one religion that one of the main reasons there isn't a lot of pushback, especially in Europe, where a higher percentage of their immigrant population is Muslim, is because when you speak out against their behavior, you have to worry about reprisals, which are likely going to be violent or deadly. Where, like, like I've never done this, but I theorized that I could go into like a Hasidic neighborhood in Brooklyn and say, fuck the Jews, you guys are a bunch of K-words, eat my fucking dick, all of that stuff. Maybe I'll get beat up, I don't, maybe that's the worst, but...
They're not going to show up and murder your entire family.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Rape your daughters and your wife and everything.
They are literally bombing the whole country, but okay.
Yeah, after they attacked them like a bunch of animals.
Let me see. They are literally bombing a whole country that would threaten their very existence. Yeah, I don't know.
People in this country threaten my existence every day.
Wait, Hakima, have you not...
existence every day.
Hakima, have you not watched the GoPro videos
in this country
of
Hamas? Every day.
This idea that you're oppressed in America, Hakima, it's weak tea.
When I say
you sound like Whoopi Goldberg.
Why you say
You sound like
I said
that's a form of oppression. A part of oppression is people being threatened. They're not mutually exclusive.
Would you mind?
They're not mutually exclusive.
Would you mind asking so he can feel special, please? Can you give him my badge so he can
Oh my goodness.
Try to make it into a conversation. Like, please, my
this is pure unmitigated. I don't need a mod badge. I'm good. I'm Gucci. It's all good. I'm standing on 10, and I'm happy to talk about any subject. I don't care what anybody says about me. You have a right to say whatever you want to about me. Yo, Hakeem, I don't know, why you're so triggered. And you see, where's Adams at? Okay, of course, Adams.
I said it's cool.
Wait, isn't the title of the room the hyper? Oh, they changed it. It was the hypersensitivity. Hakeem's just coming hard in the paint. He's like, "Fuck all y'all motherfuckers! Nah, we don't get shit."
Yeah, you can't make this stuff up, man.
I would definitely say it's Muslims number 1, it's liberals number 2, and black people number 3. Just saying.
No.
In general, I'm saying, not saying all black people, not saying all liberals, not saying all Muslims. Saying
black people number 1, brother. Black people.
It's Jewish people that's getting people deported out the fucking country, but you want to say black people is the number 1.
Who kicked them?
Get the fuck out of here. I'm moving to the audience. I didn't need to speak. They won't let me speak. They can come back up.
Okay, Hakima, if you were speaking, I would have gladly stopped. And then, this idea that you moved me to the audience because I wouldn't let you speak. Everybody on stage saw, man. Yo, like I said, the rabbit has the gun, man.
Yeah.
Now we deal with the rabbit.
No. You kicked me out of this space one time, Anthony. Sit down.
And he just kicked me out last week.
Black girl. You're black girl. I don't even know what you... I don't even know what you add. I don't even know what you add to the conversation. I don't even know what you add to the conversation.
I don't know what you add to the conversation either. I wasn't here earlier. Your ass just came in here.
Actually, if you notice in the pecking order, I was above you. I was above you. I was here before you.
Disrespectful ass.
Oh, I shouldn't talk to a black sister like that.
Disrespectful ass.
You told you guys that black people are the most sensitive. They are by far the most sensitive. They are the most sensitive. Anyway, back to the issue at hand. Yeah. It's irrelevant. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're irrelevant. You don't even matter. You're a non-motherfucking factor.
I understand. It's all good. I'm a non-factor. I get it. Yeah. Back to the issue at hand, y'all. As far as the most hypersensitive, without a doubt, it's ADOS. They hands down by far. The trauma Olympics. It's like all gold in the trauma Olympics. This shit is sad.
Okay, cool. We get your point of view.
Without me saying anything, the stage is kind of dead stock. So you got my point of view. as the room dies. See y'all later.
Good riddance. I'm outside. Joe in the chat said, can Hakima show proof that he's threatened every day?
Well, now that all the sensitive people left, can we talk about something civilized?
Anything civilized.
What you want to talk about?
Good evening, everyone.
I got a simple question. Didn't Hakima just make my point for me? He's black and he's Muslim, and he moved myself and somebody else to the audience.
Yeah, I ain't blowing you up though.
Most hypersensitive.
Can I ask a question?
Please do.
Yeah, I hope this doesn't take us too off topic, but in case the room is dead, I do have a topic. Has anyone noticed that the prices of housing is on the decline? At the same time, while venture capital firms have the largest stake of single-family homes in
BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street's going to own 49% of all single-family homes by 20. They're actually paying 50% of our market value. BlackRock loans by $100 billion to single-family homes per week.
No, Chaya, I have nothing to sell. It's just a topic because I do think that it's an important thing, because when we talk about people who are reactive, right, I think that there are certain things you should be reactive about, right? Like the fact that in Flint the water is still bad, that Elon Musk built a Tesla plant in Memphis that is quite literally just causing environmental racism and destruction in that area that's mainly of color. That like if what you're saying is right, soon not be.
Soon not be, no, 4717.
Then the children that we have like today won't be able to buy their first home, and so it's like when you think about the American dream, right? I think these are things to be reactive to.
Can you let her fit? Can you let her fit?
Oh, Liz.
Let her
No, go ahead.
No, I'm actually going to build on what she's saying. I agree with her. I mean, but the idea that, Tesla building a facility there is going to drive the market price of their homes double them in the next 5 years. So they're $300,000 house, not $600,000.
Well, I don't think that Tesla's going to improve property value if the air in that area is putrid, right? If they're dumping toxic waste into the nearby supply. So, for example, if you guys know who Chadwick Boseman is, I believe he's a native of North Carolina, or maybe South Carolina. I'm not sure, but I think it's North. And they revealed that the neighborhood he grew up in was like near all these like manufacturing plants and stuff. And so when you think about how oftentimes like I don't know why I'm getting laughter, but like the guy died of cancer, right? So we can't, if you don't like to give free handouts here, I don't know what that means, but I mean, you guys can think this is a joke or whatever, but like,
just stay focused. You making valid points, and people are trying to derail you. So this.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I guess I just to make my thing brief. Yeah, is that like, if we're talking about being reactionary, it's like, are we really being reactionary if we see valid issues and we are worried about it? So yeah.
Can you be genetically higher likelihood of having these type of cancers that he had.
Can you genetically have a higher risk towards cancer?
Specific types of cancers still go.
Priscilla, he has cancer of the IQ. Don't.
Stilgar, you're funny.
Dude, it's been known for a long time that
you have high IQ because you're
No, the cells have metastasized and they're growing at an exponential rate, but they don't function. They're just taking up space. Cancer's long been known to be highly environmental. People get environmental related cancer all the time. Dudes on nuclear submarines tend to have thyroid cancer, and people who live in areas where there's radon get cancer. And
yeah, of course.
Like exposure is a big part of cancer, Rich.
Yeah, like have you heard of the I think the radium girls, the girls that were like painting radium onto like watches and things to make them glow bright green, or the people that were handling uranium, or even I think Marie Curie, like everyone who are the founders of radioactivity and handled them, they pretty much all died of cancer.
Yeah.
Like all of them.
Yeah, Rich is retarded. People get cancer from environmental factors all the time. The issue is like there are things we can do to prevent it. There are some things we can't do to prevent it, and I think you got to be careful about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Yes, building a giant factory in your town can create a condition in which you're increasing the rates of environmental cancer and other problems, pollution, et cetera, et cetera. But the only thing worse than that is being destitute and having no jobs. So, again, I think you got to be careful about these sorts of things. Yes, you should hold these people accountable, but also, like, there is no net zero on morality. The reality is sometimes we're just choosing the best case scenario, and I think it's just like, I don't know. I'd rather have money and health insurance to fight my cancer than be poor.
So I do agree with you. What I would say is that there is a middle ground, right? Like, from my understanding, the factory was built without any kind of like regulations, and they broke several like environmental safety laws. But also, I think generally, because most people in the South have cars, my understanding, and or they can be a company bus, because L'Oreal is a company bus, like to and fro. You can have a situation where you keep the factory a good distance away from, the main areas where people are living. And you can also institute ways to minimize the net pollution, right? So my point is that like there is a middle ground between having a factory that blows acetone, but it's not just the Memphis factory. It's that we, in my analysis, are living in a time period where all the things we took for granted that made us buy into the American dream are quickly eroding, right? From job stability to a dollar that is secure to being able to even get a job if you go to college or have a master's, even to be able to say you're going to get married and have a family that's going to like be with you, you know what I mean? Or kids that will be there when you, I don't know, it's just like so many parts of the social safety nets are eroding. And so I think everyone is really reacting, it's not just Black people. Like I see other groups of people reacting to the ever-changing ecosystem as well. So
yeah, look, this idea of moving factories to places where people aren't is I get where you're coming from. The issue is these places require infrastructure. These factories have to have people that live near them to work in them. People don't want to commute 3 hours away from home into the middle of the desert to do their labor, right? The reality of that situation is we've done that. We looked at jobs and said, these are unsafe, they don't pay well, they're not, moving society forward necessarily. It's just going in and day out and turning a screw. We did take those jobs elsewhere and away from us to alleviate the danger. We sent them to Mexico. We sent them to China. We sent them to Vietnam. And car manufacturing is one of the industries that seems to be coming back in a big way. Not only Tesla, Hyundai's building factories all over the place. That is the balance. The balance is
We can't be broke. We can't all work from home. We have to eat. We need to bring manufacturing back to this country in some mean.
An interesting thing about what she's talking about is that all those problems that she just laid out were all being exacerbated by Democrats, and they're all being fixed now by Republicans. So I'm not sure exactly what her gripe is with Elon Musk, but I've actually never heard of him failing environmental anything or anybody complaining about any of his factories until you just brought this up right now.
Ain't he being sued by a few agencies and that he got? I don't know the details of it, but I heard people talking about he just sued by a couple agencies.
What Joel is saying is completely false. It's not even like a quick Google search you can debunk the site.
Hang on. Can you find me a single person with a net worth north of $1 billion that isn't regularly being litigated?
I'm saying, but he made a point about
being convicted of a crime.
I'm saying, but he made a point that he made a point that he's like he have no environmental issues at all, but that's just not true. I mean, of course, a lot of people get sued, but you made a point that it don't exist that he have environmental issues.
No, I just said I never heard of anything.
Because you didn't look. I mean, because you didn't look for it.
No, I'm pretty sure I would have heard about it if there was anything big. I mean, the left-wing media that's controlled by, the media that's controlled by the people who hate Elon Musk would definitely be talking about this, because they've been trying to smear him for the past 2 years. I definitely would have heard about this stuff. But it's just interesting that she brings Elon Musk up and saying that his factories are hurting property values. You would think that there's a place in the entire country, maybe that might be hurting property values in Memphis. No, you think maybe people don't want to live there?
Memphis is a cesspool.
It's a disgusting city full of crime. No, it must be Elon Musk that's hurting property values.
Not a point there.
Fortunately, thank God I said nothing about property values, so.
Wait, you did. You talked about. Hold on, Hakima. She talked.
Why is anybody gonna want to buy a house in Memphis?
She said nobody will be able to buy a house.
So I gotta move y'all to the ordinance. Y'all can't
disrespect.
Hold on, hey, please, hold on 1 second. Hold on. I'm reading right now. The NAACP is suing planning to sue with the Southern Environmental Law Center, planning to sue Elon Musk and XAI over environmental issues. That's one. Tesla is being sued in the Fremont factory. That's another one. SpaceX is being sued. There's multiple lawsuits on Elon Musk. It's just not one of them.
Can you show us the ones that he's lost? Hold on. Amazon is currently being sued. Walmart is currently being sued. Cracker Barrel is currently being sued. Name any. These are frivolous lawsuits. Name any corporation that makes north of $100 million in revenue every single year, and they will be in the middle of some sort of lawsuit of all manners of things. EPA violations, safety violations, liability.
The crazy thing is that you're missing the point, Akima. That's the actual funny part. Is that
you have to contextualize these things in the circumstances in which they exist in. You're making these arguments in vacuums. You're creating this condition. Elon Musk.
He made the argument. I'm just saying. He said it wasn't true. I didn't make an argument.
No,
Akima, I didn't make the argument.
Look, you're the mod, and I don't want to jump right to you. I didn't interrupt you. Well, you got the green bean and you're screaming over.
You're not a moderator. You move two of us down, and then you threaten to move us down.
If you see that, then shut the fuck up. Then if you see that, don't tell me I'm the mod. Then talk over.
You are mod.
I'm trying to tell you.
You're repeatedly speaking over me. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. I'm in the middle of.
Okay, Adrian, I think you really want to troll, and it's so sad because it's just like I know you want to troll really bad, but I would recommend like trying a different tactic because hold on.
What am I trolling about?
Hold on. My Nigerian sense of tingling. Alright. That's been handled. Sorry, I had to yeah, my first statement about I'm gonna bring Stilgar back on stage if that's okay. Oh, I think Hikma left. Oops, I'm gonna bring folks back. I literally made two separate points, right? I talked about the social contracts eroding. You deciding to conflate different things to make an argument I never made is not my fault. You guys fixated on the Tesla plan. That was one example of a broader topic, okay? So I'm gonna assume that you're trolling, because I don't think anyone can just be.
Okay, so let me respond to that. Don't assume anything, right? I'm pretty sure you heard that saying before. But I myself and other people all articulated the same thing and heard you, right? Look, I don't think it's
Is the other person the
wait,
person
hold on,
with
ma'am.
an AI?
Ma'am, hold on for a second. I don't think that it's people's lack of listening. I think it was probably your lack. This is crazy that you're just laughing through this. I thought we was adults.
Yeah, his mic
What
is
the fuck going on?
super low. I can't hear you, Adrian. Like your voice is really low.
Adrian, your mic is pretty fucked up.
All right, what about now?
Kind of better. Okay.
Kind of better. Okay, cool. All right, so let me say something. One, I'm not trolling. Two, don't assume things. And three, don't say that it is because of someone's lack of listening, when it could really be that you just lack the ability to articulate your points cohesively. Okay, because I and multiple other people heard you come off the mic and you started your submission talking about housing prices, right? And then I don't know how it got onto Elon Musk, but it did, right? So to the natural person that's hearing, it has looked like you was trying to assign blame to Elon Musk about the housing prices plummeting in Memphis. That's what happened.
Well, she actually didn't say that, Adrian.
That doesn't.
Can I extend a little bit of an olive bridge here? She did actually articulate that.
No, I did not. And then
No, you said by Elon Musk coming in there. Rich, you're not helping. Rich, you're not helping. Can I extend an olive bridge here? Priscilla, can I meet you in the middle?
I'm not arguing here.
Oh my
Hold on
god,
for a
I don't know how to use the app anymore.
Ma'am, hold on. I'm not arguing.
Wait,
I
hold
swear
on.
to God, I'm not.
I need to clarify something because I understand where you're making an error, right? You're making a conclusion that makes no sense. I never said the housing in Memphis went down. I never made that statement. So for you to say it's a logical conclusion that if I say that there's going to be a crash in the housing market.
I didn't say that.
No, you said that Elon's going to price out black people from being able to buy houses. Can I split the difference here? You did too. You said it's going to price out people in the community. You said it's going to price out people in the community and not be able to buy houses. Memphis is predominant.
I'm not going to argue things I did not say because you are
literally
fine conclusions.
She did.
I did not say black.
did say that.
I did not say black.
You said it's going to price people out of that market and they're not going to be able to buy
I did
houses.
not say black.
And I said the $300,000 houses that they own will be worth $600,000 in 5 years.
Can I
split the difference here? Can I split the difference? It's predominantly black people that their houses are going to double. No, you guys just want to keep talking past each other? You want to just keep talking past
I'm
each
being
other?
interrupted.
Look, Priscilla.
I will let you split the middle. I just need to clarify something, right? If I'm
It's not going to work though. They're not going to listen. They're not going to listen. We're not interrupting, so you are
literally listening.
Issues, right? If I'm saying the housing market is going to crash as an example of the lack of social contract, and I said that in my original submission, and I talk about environmental issues and pollution, how you jump from environmental issues to I am now blaming Elon Musk.
It is the
for
way that
housing
you
prices
presented
going
it,
down.
ma'am.
Well, initially her assertion was that these large Fortune 500 companies, Priscilla, are coming in like BlackRock, Vanguard,
Okay, all right. I need to be able to finish a sentence because the reason you guys are unable to understand what I'm saying is because you're not listening to comprehend. You're just trying to argue, which doesn't make any sense. All right. So I'm gonna just conclude now. I did not say what you heard. I didn't. You want to argue, and that's cute. You want to troll, and that's cute. But I didn't say what you heard. Still, Gar, please go ahead.
Yeah, look, I think there's some conclusions being jumped to here. I heard what you said, and I think I got it in the spirit that you said it. I largely agree with your overall point that like the fabric of the American dream is being pulled from the table. It's our cost of living is insane relative to our income. Our work-life balance is a fucking nightmare. Our healthcare system is a shit show. As far as like quality of life metrics, like Western Europe specifically is running circles around us. So I see your position there and I hear what you're saying. I think when you start to bring up things like Elon Musk and you start to bring up places like Memphis, people might jump to the conclusion that you're taking sort of like a highly progressive leftist stance, and you may or may not be. And I don't think it was fair that they jumped to that conclusion. It's fair that they might have suspected that's the case, and if people want to adjudicate that, then we can try to adjudicate that, but I don't think it's necessarily appropriate to immediately assume that that's your position, right? I think the weird part is part of kind of rebuilding that American dream, hopefully in a modern context, not in a 1940s context, right? Is creating conditions in which people have their own self direction. You know what I mean? You're giving people autonomy and control over the direction in which their life moves, rather than people just kind of scraping by and surviving and putting their next pair of jeans on a pay in 4 Klarna credit card, right? The issue is when you say things like this stuff is eroding and we're being ripped off, and I agree we kind of are. Millennials are getting rat fucked sideways. But you also have some objections to manufacturing in the U.S. That might be a bit of a contradiction. It could be done better, sure. Could it be done cleaner, sure. Could it be done safer, sure. That's all I heard you say definitively. Everything else was like, people are going to take that and hear in between the lines and assume your political positions and assume you just hate Elon Musk because everybody hates Elon Musk because he's the Nickelback of the day. But I don't think that was fairly adjudicated.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I That's one of the hardest parts about being a black woman is that people see you and they assume all these things about you, and it's very annoying, right? Like, people assume that you're liberal, people assume that you believe in all these different stuff, and it's like they don't even see you as a person. They just assume that because you're black and a woman that you have to be social justice leaning, and it's very frustrating. But for me, I'm just really concerned about being able to have children and being able to give them some kind of like assurance. Like, so for example, I wasted a couple of my days and I read the bill, the big beautiful bill. It's like 1,000 pages long. And what bothered me the most is that they want to make it super difficult for people to get graduate school loans. Um, I think they're capping it at it was 150K, now it's 200K. And that might seem like, oh, I mean, why would you want to take out that much in the first place? But if you want to go to law school or medical school, you're gonna need to take out that amount of money for the vast majority of students. And if you can't, and you're forced to go into private loans, what's the word I'm looking for? The interest is crazy. So you're basically gonna be an indentured servant just to be able to have a job. So it then becomes like either you take a low income job and you start working early in life and you're just scraping by, or you work really hard and have a high income job and then you owe $1 million, and it's just like, it's, you know what I mean? It's almost as if it's like you like, I think you get what I'm trying to say. It's like there's no way to win. And let's say if you didn't buy a house in 2020, unless you want to live in Bumblefuck, Kentucky, you're looking at $500,000 at a house. When will you pay that off? And also pay off your student loans. Then you want to get a car. Cars are starting at 20, 30K. It's almost as if, like, essentially we're just living to work and working to pay off debt that will never pay off. So that's what I wanted to talk about broadly, not particularly Elon Musk or Memphis, but the ways in which it looks as if life is becoming, at least to me, and I would like you guys to change my mind, that life is becoming kind of hopeless. You know, like I'm being honest. Like
that's called that's called life. Life is not easy. That's the thing is it's never been, and that's why it's called life. So as much as like this is called real life, and what we're seeing is real times. And if you look back in history, which everyone's reflecting on, that's when you see like we're going through a time change. It's gonna always every time in history it'll repeat itself. This is different. That's life, and we're gonna. This is really a hard time right now. But I'll say one thing in response to what you said. When I meet an African American person, whether not male, female, I don't think about whether or not they're Republican or Democratic. I must be honest. So I just want to make sure that you understand that because I don't think about that. I wonder if they're nice people, if they, respect me when I interact with them. That's the way I look at them, and I feel comfortable with them. And I have lots of friends that are, so I just want to make sure that you understand I don't think about the political party, and I don't do that, and I haven't, but I do see how they actually act and treat people in life.
So, I think it's easy to look backwards, and I do often. I think about like my grandfather, who worked as middle management at a grocery store, and he was the only person in the house that worked, and he had 5 children, his wife, and his in-laws, his mother-in-law and father-in-law, all live in the same house all together to take care of, and they were able to do so and live relatively comfortably and have heat and have Christmas presents and have a swimming pool. Like, that's something that we don't have today, but my grandfather couldn't pick up his phone and get an answer to basically any question he can conceive of in a moment, right? He couldn't go on a 5-mile hike and be able to send a text message to my grandmother and say, hey, still good, no bears, see ya, I'll be home in time for dinner. He couldn't, like, casually decide to take a vacation to Portugal, which not everybody has the opportunity to do, but way more people today have the opportunity to do than they did 30, 40, 50 years ago, right? So we have some creature comforts and some luxuries and some fantastical things that if you would have tried to describe to my grandfather when he was 20, he would have thought you were fucking nuts. So, not to be, pie in the sky, but I think given the alternative, I'd probably stay where I'm at, and I'm hopeful that the outlook will change. I think these things reach a point where people aren't going to tolerate them anymore, and you see shit like you see in California or whatever the case might be. It just ebbs and flows.
And
we just happen to.
That's a bunch of bullshit too. That's what.
What's a bunch of bullshit?
Just the California talk, like it's like the LA's on fire. That's not accurate. Anyway, so I'm just saying, like, take.
I just mean civil unrest in general, right? Like, I just mean civil unrest in general. I'm not specifically saying that's what California does.
What happened, with the killings that happened this weekend regarding the senators? I mean, that is what needs to be focused on. I mean, that should be, like, there's a whole discussion around the Marines and how, like, that, killing this person, killing senators, the judges being arrested, that is what we should be talking about. That is unacceptable. These people that service the American people, it is wrong. I mean, that is, I cannot believe that happened, and there's not more discussion around that. It is sick, and there is an elevated amount of crisis because of this administration causing chaos. It's a fact. It happened back in
I'm confused. I'm confused. We're supposed to all stop talking about the thing we were talking about before you got here and now start talking about this murder? That's what you want to do?
No, I don't. Actually, I don't want to talk about it.
I didn't hear that last sentence, but okay. Yeah, look, it's easy to be doom and gloom, and it's easy to be miserable that you're probably never going to afford a reasonable, like, livable, move-in ready home without killing yourself. But we've got a lot of good going for us too, and I'm glad I was not drafted into the Korean War. I'm glad I didn't have to fight in France in World War I. And even with all the shit kicking off in the Middle East and in the Ukraine and Russia conflict, like, I'm not likely to deal with any of that either, you know, in a real world. And I get to shit into clean water every single day. When some people have to, you know, hike for miles with a container on their head just to get reasonably clean water. So
and renting might be a better option before buying, because you might, you know, there's going to be a lot of changes in housing. I think things, you know, everything's going to be okay, but we have to still work together on that.
I would say though, Priscilla, the numbers you were given were a little concerning. Like 30 grand for a car is not even close to what you have to spend. You can get a really nice, reasonably safe, reliable, fuel efficient car for 10 grand, 12 grand, easily.
Actually, I don't really agree. I think Priscilla's 20, 30 grand. I mean, to be quite frank, that's reasonable for a new car. So
20, 30 grand is brand new
and
cars.
you know, if you go get a graduate degree, I would want a new. You deserve that too. So
Wait, so who says you have to like live in bumfuck Kentucky? And how much would like an inexpensive house be for you? What would you consider like the inexpensive house in Kentucky?
I have no idea. That was
Okay.
just.
So not too much. No. I'm from Kentucky, so it's near Cincinnati.
Kentucky's got
That's not my point. My point is, you can live 22 minutes.
Kentucky's a good investment.
You can live 22 minutes north of Dallas, right on the toll road in Frisco, Texas, and buy a house for $350,000.
Who would buy Kentucky over Frisco, Texas? Okay, that's.
$350,000 for a 2,200 square foot house. I mean,
I would buy Kentucky or Tennessee before I buy Texas.
Yeah, but what Stilgar was trying to make the point is people are living above their means. Like, you know, nobody needs a fucking 3,000 square foot fucking house, and people are buying those. They're buying 3,000-4,000 square foot houses, and if somebody even considers or says, hey, you know, how about a 1,500 square foot house, or even a 900 square foot house like your grandparents fucking lived in, and they're like, well, you know, houses are so expensive. They're $300,000, $400,000, $600,000. Yeah, because you're buying a house that's 4 times as large, has twice the amount of fucking cooling efficiency, twice the amount of heating efficiency. I mean, you don't have fucking lead fucking paint.
Depends on
you don't have all this kind of shit. I mean, and also the majority of people who are buying houses, the majority of people who are buying homes are buying them centrally located to metropolitan areas. Your average grandpa fucking in the 1940s, when they point out that grandpa bought a fucking house for but grandpa bought a house for, you know, $26,000 in the 1950s. Yeah, he bought that house, which is the equivalent of like $110,000 nowadays. Well, guess what? You can still buy a $110,000 house. Yeah, it's not going to be some glitzy, glammy fucking house in fucking right outside of Atlanta, but you can go out in rural fucking Georgia and still buy a $100,000 fucking house and live comfortable. There's plenty of people to do it.
I mean, that sounds great and all, but when I think about the life that I would like to give my child, and this might sound selfish, I want to give my children the quality of life that I had, and I don't have those experiences that you speak of. And see, if I may, I
Do you grow up poor or wealthy?
I think that ideally, when you have children, it's to advance your either equal or better, right? And so I grew up in New York. I didn't grow up in the 5 boroughs. I grew up on Long Island. I had access to great education. I had access to. I'd never wanted for anything. So I can't imagine having to go
some
to
of the top schools in some of the safest town in the entire country.
People, like goodness gracious.
Is Plainview.
When you interrupt me mid-sentence, like please, I'm almost done, I promise. Actually, just go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, if you want to pay $1.5 million for a house and stay in fucking Long Island, that's fine. You know, but don't sit here and bitch and complain that houses are too expensive when you could live in literally the fucking safest city ranked like the second or third highest ranked fucking safe city in the entire United States in Frisco, Texas, and buy a house for $350,000 and be like 22 to 2,500 square foot with some of the best schools in the entire fucking country. You're like, I have to live in Long Island and spend $1.5 million and then come on Clubhouse and buy about it.
Frisco, Texas has the best school.
You don't think that Frisco, Texas has blue ribbon schools and some of the highest ranked schools in the country?
Yeah, I would like to know more about that.
There's literally no middle income and no low income in Frisco, Texas. It's just all affluent, rich fucking people. It's like 25 minutes away to get to like middle and lower income.
There's money trees. There's money trees. Money trees everywhere.
I mean, you could buy a $300,000 house, or you could buy a $35 million fucking house right down the street, which is like a $150 million house in fucking New York.
Okay, well then if you're living in a $300,000 house, you're not rich.
No. A $300,000 house in Frisco, Texas is like a $1.5 to $2 million house in Texas. I mean, in New York,
Texas.
Yeah. Okay, so go to California, spend $3 million, or spend $300,000 in.
I would go to California.
Okay, go to California. And then don't come on Clubhouse and bitch about how expensive houses are. Is what she was doing. She was doing. We weren't talking about.
Like, you're not comprehending, and this is the problem. People want to argue without actually understanding the spirit of the conversation. I didn't even say I can't afford it. It's about the fact that
it's not that you can't afford it. You're bitching and complaining that others can't.
For buying their home, they bought it for I think $200,000. And the houses now are like 5-10x the worth that they should have been.
Because everybody wants to live there, yeah.
The price. Do you have Tourette's?
What? Because people want to live in those areas that you're talking about, which is the entire fucking problem.
So, no, seriously. Do you have an inability to like listen?
He can't help himself. He can't stop.
Like, seriously, like it's concerning.
It's ridiculous that people can't afford to live where I live, so I'm gonna bitch about it. But I can afford to live there. It's not a big deal. But then I'm gonna bitch about how the poorest can't live here.
Because I live in DC, I don't live in Long Island anymore.
I know. You got money. That's fine. Then stop coming on Clubhouse and complaining about the housing market.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God, this is fake. Oh my God.
All right, time out, everyone. What is? I'm just coming back in here. What is the argument?
The complaint is, Dr. Jordan, that she's whining about the housing market being inflated and that people can't afford to buy houses. Yet she can afford to live on fucking Long Island and pay $1.5 million for a house, which is no problem. But then other people can't. But then I bring up the example that you can move to like 20 minutes north of Dallas, Texas. Like the DFW is considered the 4th largest city in the United States. It surpassed Houston in population. You could live there for $350,000 with some of the safest neighborhoods and the best schools.
Crystal, what is your argument?
Okay, there's actually no argument. I was trying to have a sane and normal and calm conversation about the eradication of the social contract, starting with unsafe places to live. I started with like the housing market crashing because like the prices are going high and no one's paying them. Like you have in Florida, like there's like swaths of condos that are just empty because people don't want to pay HOA fees and also don't want to pay these high ass costs, these high ass mortgages, and have no insurance. What was the other thing I talked about? It was housing. It was manufacturing. It was something else. Yeah, and then economic, just like jobs not paying a lot. Just overall, the cost of getting loans going crazy. Just generally how the American dream is becoming out of reach. I wanted to have a broad discussion, but Sunab wants to just be cantankerous and just, argue.
You make it sound like those houses are unowned, like they're just sitting there. Nobody owns them. They're tax havens, they're tax write-offs, they're summer homes, they're fucking timeshares, like all these different things. And you're like, nobody's actually living there though.
I never said any of that, but I think you're probably one of those red pill angry niggas, so I'm gonna let you have that. I'm not red pill.
Well, what I'll say is I think that, there is a widening wealth gap of astronomical proportions where, the ultra wealthy are the only people who are going to be able to afford some of these homes, and other people are just fortunate that they were grandfathered in, and they bought homes or were raised in areas where house prices went up, and if they were smart, they held on to them. And I mean, it's the luck of the draw. But I mean, life is, and I know no one's saying this isn't the case, but things are unfair, and I mean, you just kind of have to accept that. It is what it is, and perhaps maybe people will change their perspectives on what's important, because people like Elon Musk, I mean, are so miserable that he can't even for a moment sit and enjoy what he's done, because he's pathologically competitive and pathologically ambitious, and he's leaving quite a wake for the rest of us. So again, I think when you live in an emerging country, it's so simple. It's so much happier in many ways. But when you get teased with these capitalist markets and nations, then it's a rat race, and most people, or many people, are miserable.
You know what? I actually think that people who are rich are not miserable or unhappy. This is going to be a hot take, but I think that they're probably much happier than those who have to worry about their daily bread. I also don't think people who live the quote unquote simple life in developing nations are happy, because they're often not getting their basic needs. I think we romanticize poverty. I think we romanticize the idea of a simple life. I also understand that everyone cannot have everything. Like, everyone cannot have a phone or a house or whatever it may be. But I do think that there should be some things that humans should be entitled to, and that should be adequate health care, it should be food, it should be a safe place to live. But it seems like that is out of reach. I mean, have you noticed that in southern states they're repealing child labor laws? Like, they want to make a dependent or an independent child from 18 to 7 years old. That was in the big beautiful bill. So when I say that the social context is eroding, I don't just mean in the big things. I mean even the fabric. The first thing I think either Doge or what's his face cut was Meals on Wheels and lower income subsidies. It's gosh, if you weren't born to the right family, you're just fucked. And America's supposed to be the country where if you work hard, if you try, if you put in some effort, there's the ability to rise above the ranks. And it just looks like, to me at least, that class mobility is quickly eroding. And I think that is the spirit of really what I'm getting at, or in trying to start a discussion to have if we have the bandwidth at 1 a.m, which I understand is a bit late to want to massage the.
I mean, I argue that, having lived in emerging countries, in the developing world, I think that, well, first of all, corruption is problematic in many, but the truth, my sense is that until you're teased with Western influences, you can be relatively content. Now, that's not to say that you're absolutely right. If you're starving, if you don't know where your next meal is coming from, that's a survivalist mentality that is far different from the struggles of wealthy people who are only competing amongst themselves for material goods, and they're never content and satiated. But I think, by and large, the beauty of living a more simple life is that you're not always reaching for things that are unattainable. And many of these people who have so much money, or lots of money, they may seem happy because their basic needs are met, but they're actually never happy, because they're always the ones caught in kind of midstream competing with people who are in a tier above them. So I think it's far better to be on one extreme or the other. But this is why in America people are constantly trying to compare themselves to the Joneses, and they've worked themselves 60-hour weeks. They don't get any time off. Much of this comes from political philosophers who have written books about how the competitive nature of upper middle class people today, for example, is one that is sourced in working crazy hours, never really enjoying your time, and then never being happy because you still don't have enough money. It's not to say that the people who are in lower socioeconomic brackets are living the dream, but this assumption that the wealthier people are happier. They can't enjoy their life. They actually have little opportunity. So I don't know which is actually better. Having grown up privileged, I can say that people don't tend to focus on relationships. They focus on competitive edge and things that ultimately don't matter in the end. And there's something to be said for people who live more modestly, who don't aspire to be or do things that also aren't going to make them happy.
Exactly.
I think that's a great place to close. It was phenomenal talking to you guys. Have a great
Good night. Thank you for joining.
Kima, show up.
I just get so frustrated when I hear these people come up here and talk about how normal people can't afford to buy a house. And they're like, normal people can't afford to buy a house in Manhattan or fucking, Rhode Island or, okay, yeah, you could afford to buy a fucking house in West Virginia or fucking Tennessee or Florida even. Yeah, it's still expensive in Florida, but there's plenty of places these normal people can go and buy homes. They just don't want to live there. That's not where they want to live. And that's fine if you want to, but then don't come on stage and bitch and complain about how normal people can't buy homes.
Well, I mean, I do think go ahead, Kim, I'm sorry.
I would say he does insist on misrepresenting what she was saying, though, but I
yeah, I think
that is what
right.
she initially came in
Well, I
and
think
stated.
what she's saying is she made where I disagree a little bit is that she was talking about people never being able to pay off their loans, right? Their college loans if they choose to go to college or graduate school, whatever, and that's probably absolutely right. And the housing prices are astronomical. But again, what I'm saying is we need to kind of rethink what should make us happy, because my sense of it is that people who can afford these things are also still unhappy, and in many ways they're less happy because they never take a moment to sit down and enjoy, because they've always been in competition mode, right? Some people are in survivalist mode, and when they get a break, they take every moment. They don't take any moment for granted. They're like, God, this is a blessing. This is this is great. The people who I think are more upwardly mobile are not in touch with those kinds of things. They're just trying to build up materialistic stuff. And that's just my opinion. I can be wrong,
So the initial argument that she made when she came in, she said, it's ridiculous. Has anybody seen how the housing market is being all purchased by these big groups, these holding companies like BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, yet the housing market is actually decreasing. the value of the homes. And then she went on to go talk about how Elon Musk is going to Memphis and how nobody in the future will be able to buy a house there because he's going to drive up the market price of the homes. And I said, yeah, but that's a good thing for the black people that are living there. That own $300,000 houses. In 5 or 6 years, they're going to be worth $600,000. So I mean, there's positives and negatives. I get what you're saying. It's going to be gentrified and all that. And, lower economic rung people probably won't be able to buy a house there anymore. But at the same time, they don't have to live there. They can go 30, 40 minutes outside of Memphis, or 20 minutes outside of Memphis and still buy a house for 150 grand. But everybody wants the 3,000, 4,000 square foot, in these metropolitan areas, $1 million to $2 million homes. And it's just they're living above their means. I mean, I made $225,000 last year in petroleum. I got $1.96 million in the bank, between savings and stuff like that. But I drive a 5-year-old car that was originally 70 grand. I paid 25 for it. You don't have to fucking go out and, like Dr. Jordan was saying, keep up with the fucking Joneses. But they just want to bitch about how everybody can't live on Long Island and buy $1.5 million house when Grandma bought it for $250,000. So $250,000 was like $500,000 or $600,000 when Grandma was alive when she bought that.
Well, let me ask the question: What is the point? What is the point really of owning versus renting? Right? Like, is owning simply for the point that you build up equity and you pass something on? Or what about the notion, like for me, for example, I think of in California, one may be a surprisingly better option, right? Like, I'm very curious about this.
I mean, it depends where you want to live and what your plans are for the future. I mean, if you don't intend on staying there indefinitely for the rest of your life or, at least 10 years, then yeah, just rent. I mean, it depends where you're living. If you can't afford to buy a place.
No, but what I'm saying is that there's this notion that there's a stigma around renting, whereas this notion of buying, what is that? What is that built on? Is that built on the fact that you can pass something that you're likely to accrue more funds, although you may have to pay a lot more? It's incredible to me. I'm not judging anyone who's choosing one or the other. What I'm asking is, maybe in this world, the future will be that we will have more renters and less people will be homeowners.
Oh yeah, I mean that's literally, it's called the Great Reset. It's supposed to be 2030. BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. They want to create a renter society. And that's what's telling her that BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street are going to own 49% of all single-family homes in America by 2030. I mean, that's what they're estimated to do. They're paying. That's why they're paying 50% of her market value. So a house comes on the market for $350,000, they'll pay 5.25 right off the bat because they want to buy it out from under anybody. They tell these companies, they're like, hey, if the house comes up for $300,000, we'll pay up to $450 regardless what anybody else offers. So if somebody else offers $400, we'll get it for $4.25. And they're just buying up everything. And their goal, if you go and type in the Great Reset commercial, it's actually brings you to the World Economic Forum, and it talks about because of civil unrest, climate change, and because of COVID and other things in the future that they want to build a renter society.
Well, I mean, for example, I know people that don't want to buy, like in California, there are some people who, are much more inclined to put a lot more money in a car than in a home, right?
I was just going to bring that up, Dr. Jordan. No, I was going to say you finish, and I'll
you go. You'll tell it better than me. Go on.
It's interesting because I was just going to bring that up. In the United States, about 65% of households own homes. 34% rent. However, also and by the way, generally speaking, real estate is an appreciating asset. Over 10 years, if you own a home for 10 years, I don't know anybody that says, I shouldn't have bought that home 10 years ago. Of course, if you're going to buy it and flip it, that's one thing. But when it comes to cars, 80% of people own cars, 20% lease, and cars, generally speaking, are a depreciating asset. So 80% of people buy their cars when it's going to go down in value, not going to go up. Yet 66% of people buy homes. Just an interesting piece of information, Dr. Jordan.
No, I think it's so interesting. I mean, I just find it like for example, I see some of these ridiculous Lamborghinis and Ferraris, people driving them around, and it's like hard to get into. There's so many burdens that come with that kind of lavish investment, right? That depreciates, as Steve said. But it's almost like, and I've heard people say this, where someone who, and I'm not going to say more evolved, but someone who's maybe enlightened in a different way might say, like, let's say a woman is interested in a guy for his car, right? Whereas another woman might be interested in a guy because he buys something that's much more practical and pragmatic, and if it depreciates, it's not such a big deal. It's just a pragmatic way of thinking. Like, part of, in other words, what I'm getting at and not articulating it as well is that in our society, where evolutionary pressures still dictate some of the societal norms that we encounter every day, people still make ridiculous decisions to look more intriguing to potential prospective mates and dates, right? And it's just kind of silly to me. Now, there's nothing wrong with liking like if you're a sports car fanatic and you love the design and you love to drive these things, that's one thing. But when it comes to the pragmatic aspect of it, for someone who's just doing it to show off, to me, that's a whole nother thing.
There are positives for renting instead of owning a home. You pay less a monthly fee. You don't pay taxes. You don't have to pay for repairs. You can save a lot of money in the first couple of years if you're in it for the short term for renting. On the other hand, if you're in it for the long term, again, 10 years or more, over the long term and based on the appreciation, I think it's a better idea to buy. But if you're in the short term, renting makes a lot of sense to a lot of people for the reasons I just.
Yeah, like buying
100%.
outside.
100%. I just want to add one thing to what Steve said. It was interesting because there was a person who I know, I wonder if he's even in the room. He lives in British Columbia, I'll just say that. And the person has a really, well-paid, would be considered a high profession. And the person said that they've chosen to rent instead of buy because it's just not pragmatic for them in this economy. And this isn't to counter anything that Steve has just said, but it was interesting because I'm like, wow, this person is very much very thoughtful and strategic in terms of dealing with personal finances, and yet found that to be the best opportunity in that particular.
Yeah, Dr. Jordan.
And if I may, and I know you want to speak, sir, I just want to say this really quickly. I've been in my home for 25 years now. I just paid $30,000 to put on a new roof. 30 grand out of my own pocket. If I were renting, I wouldn't have had to pay a single dime for that. Go ahead, sir.
Well, no, I was going to say, it's probably dependent on his job, also the neighborhood that he wants to live in. British Columbia can be a little sketchy in some areas, but it's very affluent. So, I mean, for him to go out and just buy the house that he actually wants to live in is probably going to cost a couple million US to live, in British Columbia, Vancouver or something. But if he can earn, $250,000, $300,000 a year, and stack money for the next 10 years, and he could put 80% of his money away and pay, say he's paying $3,000 a month, he's only going to be paying $36,000 a year for rent, so he can stack money that way. But the problem is, like he said, if you're going to do it for the rest of your life, then owning the house in the long run is better.
Yeah. Again, if you're only in it for the short term, renting makes sense. But I don't know anybody, and I mean nobody, that's owned a home for 10 years and said, I made a mistake, I shouldn't have bought.
Yeah, I have to ask my dad, because he sold a house in Park City, and I don't know why he didn't hold on to it. I would have thought it would have made sense. His primary residence is in Las Vegas, and I was just surprised. I do want to ask him, because there may be very good reason for doing that, but I think as Sunan mentioned, God, Rick, it's hard to pronounce it.
Just Rich.
I just can't imagine why. There is something to be said for people like Steve's in a good position, and he's also very savvy about all these things. But someone moving to California, for example, is in a much different predicament, because they didn't own the house. They didn't have a chance to buy it 20 years ago. So Steve is in a good position, and he's smarter than most of the homeowners in California.
Yeah, I just don't see the appeal living in these areas where houses are $1 million to $2 million. I got a buddy, he's got a house in Sanford. His house is $800,000, and he's bitching and complaining because he wants to sell his house, but the next house that they want to buy is like 1.2 million. And I'm like, dude, you could sell that $800,000 house and come out here to Texas and buy 3 houses and rent the other 2, and pay your mortgage 3 times over. You wouldn't even have to, even if you bought 4 houses, you could do anything you want. But his complaint and reasoning why he doesn't want to leave is he likes the water. I get that. And if you're willing to spend $800,000 on a house and you want to keep paying that mortgage every month, then go ahead and do that if the water's that important. But for other people, it's just, I have to be here. Like the other lady was saying, I have to be in Long Island. I have to be, well, okay, that's fine. If you can afford to buy $1.5 million house there, but then don't complain that other people can't buy houses, because they can buy houses. They just can't live on Long Island.
One thing I think might be different than my generation and Steve's is we were baby boomers, and the population went up and up and up, and there's supply and demand. With more people, that means the cost goes up. Conversely, if the population goes down, we might not have the same appreciation we used to have.
Well, Les, let me ask you a question, if you don't mind me asking. I was just going to... Oh, what's up? Go.
No, actually, go on.
No, I was just going to ask Les, did you come from like an affluent background, or did you have to like work your way up to like buy your first house? And then my second question, I'm guessing you probably worked your way up like most people, but what was like the size and quality of your first house that you bought? Because you always hear people saying, oh, well, granddad or, somebody, who are baby boomers and stuff, they bought a house for $30,000. It's like, yeah, but the house was probably like 900 square foot and, small little 3-bedroom, 2-bath, or, 2-bedroom, 1-bath,
But a lot of those things also came with land, too, back in the old days. I'm in the same house I bought when I came out here. The other issue is if you're in a field where you're not sure where you're going to settle, and so you don't know how long you're going to be in the house. Every time you switch houses, you might have to pay 6%, to realtors. I guess you can find ways of doing it cheaper, but there's that transaction cost each time you move.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
For me, it was a very good deal. For me, it was an excellent deal to buy a house, and I wish I had given yeah, it was a good deal.
How big was your house when you bought it? Like, was it, if you don't mind?
I'd rather not say.
No, you're good. I'm just the only thing I was pointing out is everybody nowadays they want 3, 4, 5,000 square foot homes, and
yeah, you're right.
Want to take on real.
So
houses are bigger than they used to be, definitely.
So I just wanted to quickly say, like for example, I think about my own situation. I lived in 9 states, and like I didn't know where I was gonna be. When I lived in Alaska, the idea of buying a house outside of Anchorage would have been. It's not that it would have been cost prohibitive. It's like, what do I do for my next job when I get moved or move away? Right? Like it's complicated. So I think military families also find interesting situations. Now, if you live in a community, like I have a lot of friends who own homes and they rent them out, and then they either rent or have a second residence, right? Smaller residence. Like, and Steve probably knows people do that. Like that makes a lot of sense to do in California. So it really depends on the market that you're in. But and I've lived in LA 3 different times, but I do regret the fact that when I first came here, that I didn't look into some of those options but I had no idea I would be returning. So life circumstances also makes it challenging when you're thinking about real estate in that regard.
Yeah, one of my cousins, where I grew up in northern Kentucky, she used to always run her mouth about the small little town that we lived in, and she's like, "You guys don't have anything out there." When she got into about her early 30s, I seen on Facebook that she bought a house in our actual town that just has like a gas station, and it's only about 25 minutes away from Cincinnati. But she bought the house for like $60,000. I told her, I said, "Yeah, it's insane. You can live 25 minutes outside of Cincinnati and buy a house for $70,000, and if you go just the halfway point, 12 minutes away, in between there and Cincinnati, that same house is $350,000. It's all where you want to. And in Cincinnati, that house is $500,000.
They have more Skyline chilies.
Oh yeah.
So one thing, of course, we know the past. The other thing that might happen is unemployment too, and you might lose the house. You're dependent on having an income, to pay for the house.
Yeah.
And
sorry. Go ahead.
I'm in programming, and I was in IT, and so starting out, a lot of those jobs very possibly could be replaced by AI systems.
I'm going to just maybe interject it because I was hearing something I was quite interested in, maybe having a conversation about. I'm going to invite Catalyst on. Something was said was actually quite key, and it was about the possibility that property might not be the best thing to be investing in the near future, especially when you've got a declining population. I'm curious if anybody's got any information they'd like to be able to share about this.
Yes, I do. I said it. The answer is yes. I said it earlier, and I'll say it again.
Right.
I don't know anybody, anytime ever, that has owned a piece of property for 10 years and said, "I should not have bought it." That's my.
Got it. No, okay. I hear you, and I would probably experience the same thing. I know there's definitely had in some cases, declines where they've purchased it, chosen to be able to. Look, there are instances where buying property actually hasn't yielded a profit for them at all. But I think that one of the key issues in terms of the ongoing market, the property market, is really going to be dependent on overseas migration or migration or immigration in general. There seems to be, from what I've been able to see, a decline in the population growth across the board. I'm going to take this call, but I'm just going to leave it.
So, Steve, what do you think the economic situation was that made housing go up?
Well, there's been, look, I mean, we've seen population growth go steadily up and up and up.
Right.
Like a great need to be able to have immigration. Immigration has always been needed, but it seems like at the moment, in a number of different places, including in America and Australia, and I'm sure that's happening probably in the UK as well, that without immigration, that it could actually show a decline. It will have a decline in population growth, and then obviously the property market will decline.
The answer to Les's question, in my humble opinion, is that there is a finite amount of real estate. This is why, as the gentleman just said 5 minutes ago, you can buy a piece of property 30 minutes outside of a metropolis. It's going to cost you $75,000 or $100,000, but you go 15 miles closer and it costs $500,000. It's the same reason why if you want to buy a piece of property on the beach, it costs a gazillion dollars. But if you're going to go 30 minutes out away from the beach, it costs considerably less. And then as you get closer to the beach, it costs more. There's only so much property that's available in particular areas. That's why, as was correctly said earlier, and I completely agree, that there is not a housing shortage. That is a fallacy. It is a misnomer. It is not true. What is true, in my humble opinion, is there always has been, there always will be, a housing shortage in the best places where people want to live. And as I've said before, and I'll say it again, nobody has a right to live in Beverly Hills, okay? People do have the right to have affordable housing. But as we've heard here many times, and there are plenty of examples, you can buy a home for $150,000 right now, today, in multiple locations. Those locations are just not where everybody wants to live. I guess everybody agrees with me.
Well, the great irony, though, is to think of the rich and famous who live in these cosmopolitan suburban areas, if you will, most affluent places, and yet they want to find more secluded properties, move to places like, well, northern Idaho is becoming more expensive, but move to places that are much less expensive and buy these sprawling properties. I mean, the world is just a crazy place. That should be like in The Gods Must Be Crazy. That, the wealthiest now choose to live in places that are actually more affordable for others.
I bought my first home 30 years ago for $170,000. 20% down, 30-year fix, 8% mortgage, $35,000 down. All the money in the fucking world. I bought my second home. What was it? 6 years?
That?
Yeah, okay. It was 1990 when I got married. I bought the $170,000 home, and then it was and that was 1,500 square feet, 4-bedroom, 2-bath starter home.
Okay, so let's put a jot point on it. Back in 1990.
Yeah.
Or 19, let's hang on for a second.
1990.
There were 250 million people living in America. Okay, so and look, that is a statistic to be able to take into account. So let's have a look at that, and also look at regionally wherever that was. See whether there has been the proportion amount.
Well, I can tell you where it was. I can tell you it was Reseda, California.
Okay, so maybe let's put a pin in that. So 250 million people back in 1991, and now at the moment there's 345 million. Okay, the projection, right? So that's from then to now. Projection for America, it doesn't have the same steep curve, right? So by the year 2100, the population is looking to be around about 644 million. So the the projected population curve is actually is not as steep as what it was, which would sort of indicate, I guess, and again, depends on the region that you're buying it as well, that there may be other forms of investment that may be better than property.
This is
also.
Hey, let me tell you something. Today, it's just me, I would not buy property to rent. I would not do that today. Based on
to rent out, just to clarify.
Correct. I've owned 4 pieces of property in 30 years. The most I've ever owned at one time is 2 pieces of property, as I said earlier. I own one piece of property right now, and I can afford right now, if I want to buy another piece of property to rent out. I would not do it. Because of the political climate today that's in Southern California and arguably around the United States. Because if I'm buying a home to rent out, when you buy a home to rent, you have to be concerned with whether or not your tenants are going to pay their rent, and what happens if they don't pay their rent. Now, that being said, let me tell you what's happening with my daughter, because my daughter lives in Oregon. She lives outside of Eugene, which is about 90 miles from Portland. It's about it's the town surrounding the Oregon Ducks, the University of Oregon. Okay, so she got married 2 years ago. And it was last year that she got into a home, and she bought a 1,500 square feet, 4-bedroom, 2-bath, where there are 3-bedroom, 1-bath upstairs, 1-bedroom, 1-bath downstairs, and they are my daughter and son-in-law are renting the downstairs bedroom and bathroom to a tenant that they know, that they're very comfortable with. That tenant pays like 35% of the mortgage based on the amount of rent, and they're doing fantastic. I say that because when I started out 30 years ago, we had basically the same scenario. My ex-wife and we just got married, and we had a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, and we rented out one of the bedrooms and one of the baths to my good friend, who I had known for a while, and he lived with us for like a year and a half, and then when the time was right, we all agreed that it was time for him to move out, etc. Basically, when we started having kids. My point being is that if you're going to buy a home, a piece of property specifically to rent, you have to make sure that if your tenant screws you over, you can afford to pay the rent for a minimum of 6 months. And at this point in my life, that is not the type of liability that I want to take on, which is why all of my investment funds right now are not in a second piece of property, but they are in very conservative stocks and money markets. I can afford to buy a second piece of property. I just don't think it's a good risk for me at this point in my life. If that makes sense, I don't know.
No, I'm
happy making my 10% in the market. That's what.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I mean, I think maybe if you are averaging around about 10%, then there's more of a surefire bet. But I guess it also depends on where you'd look at investing as well. Whether growth areas that are being built and developed, with transport and blah blah blah, there may be opportunity still in the market. But in general, it sounds like there's a flatlining, which is what the prediction is in terms of population.
There's always tons of opportunities in both the market and real estate. It's just that in this point of my life, I don't want to take the risk. I'm 65 years old. If I'm 30 or 35 years old and God forbid I lose it all, I have the time to make it back. I'm 65 years old right now. I don't have the time to make it back if I lose it all.
You're a spring chicken, Steve. You're just to clarify something, burner accounts. Look, you've written something. You're not giving me a straightforward answer. You told me you're saying that Hakima had actually modded somebody who then went crazy. I've asked you whether you could clarify it was definitely Hakima who had modded this random person. You haven't been able to answer the question. So unless you know 100% that it was him, then shut the fuck up. Please. Welcome back, Mojo. Do you notice that we're not talking about race? Oh my God. Wow. So in America, seems to be a actually, I'm not going to. What do you think the policy with regards to immigration at the moment in America? Do you think it's a good one, or is it not a good one?
I totally 100% support legal immigration.
Do you know much about the policies within the existing government?
I know a little bit. I'm sure a lot of people know more than I know a little bit. I'm anti-illegal immigration, and I totally am in favor of legal immigration.
Makes a lot of sense. Mojo, you got a comment you want to add? Anyone? Bueller?
Sorry, guys, I'm in an Uber.
You're just getting back now?
Yeah, I'll be home in about 30 minutes.
Awesome. Safe travels in the meantime.
Yeah, the Uber ride is longer than the flight.
Isn't that ironic?
Well, 100% of all Uber drivers will be out of work in 10 years. That's a
Yeah, look, I'm curious. I was about to ask you, Steve, have you ever been in the self-driving Ubers?
They have the Waymos in Santa Monica. Yeah, I live in Los Angeles. I have not been in one yet. I want to try it out, just to try it out. But that is clearly the wave of the future. Also, Elon Musk is supposed to be coming out at the end of the year with his self-driving car. But all Uber drivers will be out of a job in 10 years max. Guaranteed. It's all going to be self-driving cars in 10 years.
I'd love to try it out. I've got a couple of friends of mine who've just been in the States recently, and they went in one for the first time. They FaceTimed me whilst they were in it. It was just the weirdest experience.
Yeah.
Really bizarre experience.
Yeah, they have them in San Francisco. They have them in Vegas. They have them in Santa Monica, and they have them in Phoenix. That's on the West Coast area. I don't know about central portion of the country or the eastern portion of the country, and they're in specific parts of the city. But Vegas, San Francisco, Santa Monica, Los Angeles area, and Phoenix. Waymo, that's where Waymo.
And there are other companies that are opening up as well.
You've got Elon Musk company, whatever the hell it is, that's coming out by the end of the year. And then Uber, I don't know where Uber, Lyft is rolling out their self-driving, or if they even have them now. I don't know.
Look, I mean, I think this is actually one of the biggest AI experiments. There is going to be a huge amount of data that companies will get from these experiments. And it started off, I guess, as being the biggest AI company. I think it's really quite remarkable what they're doing.
AI has slowly crept into my business. I've started using it considerably more in the past month, and it's a wonderful tool.
What tools are you using? What are you using them for? If you don't mind me asking.
No, I don't mind at all. Well, for those of you that don't know, I've been in workers' comp, employment, and labor law for 30 years. That's my career. And AI it's been creeping in. I don't use it to make decisions. I use it to help me review documents, and when necessary, ask questions to get quick reference on the law, either case law, statute law. I never ask it to make a decision for me. Rather, I ask it to gather information for me. When I receive new files, my new files can be anywhere from 150 pages to up to literally 4,000 pages of documents. And before AI, if I got a file with 4,000 pages, which would consist of medical records, legal records, subpoenaed records, I would have to review them not by hand, because now I'm paperless, but page by page. Now what I can do is I can ask AI to review specific portions of the file. AI will generate a 5 to 10 page summary, which will give me the page number that specific references to, and I can click on that link, and it will take me directly to the page. And so, I'm sorry, pardon me?
I said, how incredible is that? I'm curious as well. Are you using a notebook LM for that, or what are you using?
Well, in my field, there are a couple of different applications that that the firms use. I don't know if you've heard of them. I don't mind telling you.
Is that one of them?
No. LexisNexis is not a file management system, but LexisNexis is like a case law thing. People use Maris Case Management. Yes. People use FileVine. People use A1 Law. There's about a dozen different case management systems, and not quite half of them now have developed an AI part to the case management. And we use one of those that has the AI component. It costs extra. And I can either click on a document, and then I can ask AI to, and let's say the document's 75, 100 pages. I can ask AI to summarize the document. It'll give me a 3 to 5 page summary with the links that it's referring to, and I can click on that, and then it goes right to the page that it's referring to.
No, I get it.
So when it comes, and I don't want to bore too many people, but I'll land it here. When it comes to a new file, like with 4,000 pages, that literally could take me 10 to 14 hours to review. 4,000 pages, 10 to 14 hours to review without breaking a sweat. It could take a lot of people longer. AI could summarize the whole fucking thing like in less than 30 minutes, and then I can double check and verify with the links that'll take me right to the page. So it doesn't do the work for me. It summarizes the work for me a hell of a lot faster than if I had to spend 10 to 14 hours looking at every single one of those 4,000 pages.
Yeah, I understand completely. That's pretty cool. Have you used Notebook LM before?
I have never heard of Notebook LM. No.
Look, it might be something that's worthwhile utilizing, or at least trying out. You can try it out for free at no charge. There's also a professional version of it as well. But it's a Google product. And it's specific to the information that you choose to be able to feed it. So there are certain companies, for example, the ones that you may have mentioned, they specialize in particular areas of law. LexisNexis is, as you say, case study. And look, I mean, if you wanted to be able to create a learning model, you can actually choose what the content is or what the data sets are. So, for example, if you had a series of these 4,000 page documents, and you wanted to be able to just purely analyze that information, you can upload that document up to Notebook LM and specifically query that particular document or a series of documents. So you might have a dozen or 2 dozen or 5 dozen documents on a particular topic, and you choose the data set rather than not being able to choose that. Do you understand what I mean?
Kind of. But I did look up Notebook LM right now.
Yeah.
And it says it's a powerful AI tool for students, researchers and professionals understand complex topics, ask questions, and get instant insight. Have you tried Grok?
Grok is a separate thing, but this is what might be, because you've got a very specific sort of area of interest and profession, that if you have, how do I explain it? Look, Google basically scans through every single link on the internet, okay? It takes a very broad look, and it's very non-specific, and that's its purpose. Yet you'll find, and again, the same sort of thing can be said for Gemini and ChatGPT as well. But you can actually program it to be very specific in terms of your general needs. But consider it like it being an encyclopedia. Okay, you choose what volumes and volumes and chapters go into the database to be searched upon. Okay, let's say let's say you've got a specific interest in might be the history of Africa. Okay, and you've got a dozen, 2 dozen, 5 dozen ebooks or PDFs on the subject from really well-known sources. Okay, and respected and very well articulated sources. You can upload that data set into a particular into Notebook LM and call it the Africa data set. Okay, and you know that every single source that is going into that is going to be really well versed and very well respected. So you can use Notebook LM, right, for particular subject matters, and have specialized interest to be able to search upon and to be able to query and to be able to provide you reports and so forth, and also have those references made. So that's why I thought I'd mention it and see whether it could be something for you in your particular.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I've bookmarked it. I will give it a try.
Pleasure. Ken Frankel. Oh my God, I haven't seen you in ages. Nice to have you back here.
Who's speaking? I recognize the voice, but I don't recognize the name, and I'm not even sure I'm associating it with the name in my head.
Hi, Ken. It's Uncle
Steve. I know who you are. but that voice with the British accent sounds like somebody else I know, but I don't think it's the same.
Stop, British.
What?
I believe you called me British.
Yeah, he's not British.
He's not British? Oh, he's not?
It's Rohan.
All right, let's see if Rowan. Let's see if Rowan is
Australian.
Aussie.
Aussie. Yeah, okay.
Oi.
Ro, is it still true that approximately 90% of Australia is uninhabited? Is that still true?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is a continent. It's a continent. It's not just a country. And, the vast percentage of the population is spread across the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, basically, like if you go it's round. If you go from the water like 10, 20 miles in, that's inhabited. But then everything else inside is uninhabited because it's all forest and stuff like that.
Sparsely inhabited, not completely uninhabited, sparsely. Like there are small towns and but not cities in the middle.
90%, only 10% is inhabited, give or take.
Yeah, look, that sounds right. I'd actually think that, perhaps it was even less than that, because you look at Australia and it's actually the same or similar landmass as Canada, but we've got 26 million people living in the whole country. There's hardly anything. So we've got less than 10% of the American population in the whole continent. So,
and I think
what's land here?
I think Canada is about 35 to 40 million, about the population of California, I think.
No, I think it's like 17 million, actually.
Okay, all right, okay.
And speaking of Canadians,
Hey, what, 17 million people in Canada? No, that doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense.
I don't think so. I don't know, but I'm just saying it doesn't make sense.
For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. But speaking of Canadians, because you've got it listed on the top of the page, Steve, or whoever set up the room. Where's Michael J. Fox? He's Canadian. You've got Michael J. Fox.
It's 40 million people. 40.1. Yeah, I'm on the internet. 40 million, basically the same population as California.
Oh, okay. So I was just thinking of the population of Ontario. I think might be 17 million. Okay. Just Ontario.
Wait, what's going on with Michael J. Fox?
He's going to be a special guest here tomorrow, apparently. According to Mojo, Michael J. Fox is going to be here tomorrow.
Oh, cool.
And I haven't heard Mojo lie once today.
I was just going to say, like, does anybody want to, like, break that for a man? I mean, why would you invite him on Clubhouse? Jeez.
Okay. Somebody take the wheel for a little bit. Cheers.
So what you're saying is, even if he does come on here, it'll be his first and last time on here. Would that be wild if Michael J. Fox actually came on here, like got addicted to Clubhouse? Next thing you know, you're just in rooms with Michael J. Fox all the time.
That used to not be unusual in the early days of Clubhouse. They used to have a lot more celebrities.
Oh yeah, that was long. That was when Clubhouse was good. As Roger says, now it's just conversations about nothing, with no intellect. Speak of the devil, hey Stilgar.
Hey Rich, still off your medication?
I wish I had an excuse like medication or drinking or drugs or something. Not just all me.
You're just retarded, au natural.
Yeah, au natural. So I was like a raging alcoholic or some kind of drug addict. At least I could blame it on that. The ones that I'm always amazed by are the people who are adjacent to famous people, and they bring them up like they're celebrities.
anybody talking?
What did you want to talk about?
I don't know.
Well, I'm probably going to take off in a few minutes. I'm starting to fade away.
Well, thank you for coming in.
It's my pleasure. You know, I can't stay up too late on a Friday night, otherwise I'll oversleep from my Saturday morning.
7 o'clock.
7 to 10 a.m., Les. You know that because you're there a lot of the time.
But if you started it at 6, I wouldn't know.
No. 7 to 10 a.m. every Saturday, every Sunday, going on 4 years now. We haven't missed a show. Even when I go on vacation, I get one of my mods to do the show for me.
Well, I'm gonna call it a night myself. Actually, I usually go to bed before now.
Yeah.
Oh. You're a youngster, Steve.
Say again?
You're a youngster, Steve.
Thanks for coming in.
Good night.
You know, on my weekend show, we wouldn't stand for this dead air. Here on Healthy Debates, we can go 5 minutes without saying a word. My weekend show, we don't go 5 seconds.
What do you think of the title?
Same-sex orgy. I have no problem with people that are gay. Dumbo. miss me tonight? Are you sorry we drifted apart? Does your memory stray to a bright summer day when I kissed you and called you sweetheart? Do the chairs in your parlor seem empty and bare? Do you gaze at your doorstep and picture me there? Is your heart filled with pain? Shall I come back again? Tell me, dear, are you lonesome tonight? You know, I wonder if you're lonesome tonight. I wonder a lot of things. Like, are you human? How do you live with yourself? Are you a reptile with a nice hairdo? You snaky tramp! You lied to me! You told me you love me, you never loved me! He said forever, remember that one? Oh, there's a joke, forever! Yeah, forever, honey! Yeah, what does forever mean to you? Till another guy comes into your life with more money and a better car? Oh, I'm sorry! We better break up! I'm not growing as a person! We need to get away from each other! Oh, that was a great idea! Yeah, let's break up, honey! Did you grow any? Are you any taller? I'll tell you what you learned how to break my heart! But I'd rather go on hearing your lies. I don't even want to live without you. That's how sick I am. Well, I'm standing here. The stage is bare. Oh, I can't say it. You know what you did. You know what you did. You were wrong. Say it, you stupid, stubborn pig. I was wrong. Is your heart filled with pain? Shall I come back again? Tell me, dear, are you lonesome tonight? I hope you do. Good night, everybody, and I hope to see you all tomorrow morning.